A peaceful and serene scene unfolds inside a restaurant. Sunlight streams in nearby, reflecting on the game screen. There's nothing particularly special to say about this game. Suddenly, the scene shifts. That game appears everywhere, but it doesn't seem to be well rated, criticized and cursed by many. At its core, it's just a pay-to-win game with a typical auto-hunting system. Nothing more than an ordinary mobile game. No further explanation is needed. The game interface appears. Please tap the screen. A voice echoes. Why am I even playing this game? Images of the key characters appear, each with a distinct look and style. I was captivated by the beauty of the female characters. The beginning plays out like any other romance-themed role-playing game. I found myself drawn into it. Eventually, I spent a considerable amount of money on it, even after playing through multiple rounds. The game's introduction screen enlarges once again. But now, I'm not even a playable character. Not even an NPC. The cursor hovers over a distant garden scene. Unclear who is who. Then, Kong Geoma appears, biting down on something. The cursor points at him. Don't bite me. I'm just a nobody, a background character. I had taken control of this character. Kong Geoma stands motionless in front of a train station. My name is Kong Geoma, the sword demon. Suddenly, a girl with green hair crashes into him from behind. Startled, Kong Geoma turns sharply. Wait, is this a woman? Ah, I know what you're thinking. But it's not like that. Embarrassed, he hesitantly asks, "Are you alright?" The girl, also flustered, quickly apologizes. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. Fortunately, the setting of this blessing, this miracle, takes place in South Korea. Lost in his thoughts, Kong Geoma unknowingly arrives at his destination. Next stop, Mapo Station, a familiar name with only minor differences in the characters. He gets off the train and taps his card. I am a teenager. A note appears. This is the system hinting that the player character is a young man, a new function or something like that. Thanks to that, I adapted quickly. Kong Geoma steps into the elevator. The panel displays 14 floors. And so, for a whole year, I lived in this place. Forgetting whether this was reality or just a game, Kong Geoma entered the room's passcode. A life he could never enjoy in his previous existence. Until that day arrived. The sky had darkened, sunset hues deepened. I'm home. Oh, you're back. Our pride and joy, our great sword deity. Kong Geoma. His father raised a letter with excitement. Look at this, my son. Admission letter. Exam number 4.982A. Name, Kong Geoma. We are pleased to inform you that the individual listed above has been accepted into our academy. Class of 2034. Please prepare for the following. Date, April 17, 2034. Location, Walk-in Academy. Required items, personal weapon and standard academy supplies. Kong Geoma remains silent for a moment before forcing an awkward smile. Can we put this away now? His parents reacted instantly, raising their voices. What are you talking about? No matter how many times I look at it, I still feel proud. We've raised you so well. His mother seemed even more excited than he was. Dear, isn't this wonderful? That's right, Geoma. Tomorrow is your entrance ceremony. My son, have you finished preparing? Kong Geoma's face showed clear reluctance. But he had no choice. The same expression, the same immovable stance. I'll go finish preparing. Meanwhile, his father remained lost in joy. Yes, go on now, son. And so, the story reaches this point. Yes, my humble dream of living an ordinary life had crumbled into dust. Kong Geoma sat at his desk, feeling dejected. Tomorrow, it's tomorrow. Everyone was so happy, there was no way he could refuse. He glanced at his computer. Sighing, I've asked several times if I could skip it, but it was useless. His eyes shifted to a framed family photo. I'm tired, so tired. Mid-sentence, he swallowed the last few words. Because in that photo, a warm, happy family. Then a voice sneered. Kong Geoma, you bastard. How the hell did you get accepted into such a prestigious school? Kong Geoma recalled past events. Here's how it happened. Son, last year, your sacred power awakened, and you passed the entrance exam immediately. You don't remember? Really? Before I took over his body. Kong Geoma had already awakened his sacred power and gained instant admission into Walk-in Academy. He sat silently, staring at the acceptance letter. Is this guy actually a genius? That bastard. Kong Geoma recalled what he knew about sacred power from the game. For a seasoned player, This was basic knowledge. Sacred power, a special ability that humans could wield, similar to skills in a game. However, not everyone was born with it. Kong Jioma vividly remembered key details about sacred power. It was mostly inherited through bloodlines. Its emergence had divided society into 3 rigid classes. The elite class, the commoners, the inferior class. Those with power and status weren't necessarily the good guys. Hua Qin Academy was an institution established to maintain the dominance of the elite class, a system built long ago. Its supposed mission to train heroes was merely a convenient excuse for the rich to secure their position. Although it was founded under the guise of heroic education, it had long since become an exclusive school for noble families. Kong Jioma analyzed his current situation carefully. A special admission system had recently been introduced, allowing non-heroic bloodlines to enter the academy. Kong Jioma, was accepted as one of these special students. A question that every transmigrator would naturally ask came to mind. But why is there such a sudden demand for heroes? The reason was obvious. It was the same predictable setup as countless movies and RPGs. The Demon King. Kong Jioma sat there, lost in thought. Yes, once again, this wasn't reality. A school for training heroes. To prepare for war? It felt different. Yet if I were forced to re-enlist, the experience would probably be the same. He let out a deep sigh, weighed down by frustration. Then, a sacred power suddenly activated. A status window appeared before him. Sacred power. Pain suppression. Effect duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown time. 12 hours. Even though I had been in this body for a while, the unexpected activation still startled me. The status window still felt so unfamiliar. Kong Jioma finally got serious about analyzing his abilities. Alright, let's see. The sacred power that Kong Jioma awakened. Sacred power. Pain suppression. Effect duration. 30 seconds. Cooldown time. 12 hours. He clenched his teeth in frustration, staring at the description. Every time he saw it, he felt nothing but disappointment. 30 seconds? With a 12-hour cooldown? What a joke. Then, something clicked in his mind. Oh, right, this is the sacred power I was granted when I entered this body. He shouted, Blessing of the Sword Deity. The status window shifted. Blessing of the Sword Deity. Effect. Instantly cuts if slashed. Effect duration. Infinite. Cooldown time. None. Activation requirement. Only works with swords under 30 centimeters in length and under 5 centimeters in width. Kong Jioma blinked in disbelief. Blessing of the Sword Deity? And my name is Kong Jioma? Are you kidding me? This was a sacred power he had never seen in the game before. He analyzed it carefully. The grandiose name contrasted sharply with its absurdly simple effect. It cuts if I slash? Seriously? Calling something this obvious a sacred power was ridiculous. This is nonsense. But what stood out even more was the activation condition. Kong Jioma felt utterly speechless. A sword under 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. He immediately thought of something. Clearly, it was the size of a sashimi knife. Is this thing telling me to cut sashimi or what? Kong Jioma let out a deep sigh, feeling completely lost. I don't even know anymore. Life never really goes the way you want it to. Does it? He leaned back, stretching in frustration. Have I packed everything? Then, something else came to mind. Oh, right, I forgot my weapon. Now that he thought about it, when he played the game, his character's weapon was. Kong Jioma recalled the outrageous price of combat gear. Even the lowest tier E-rank weapons cost millions of won. A mid-tier C-rank weapon would be hundreds of millions. And A-rank and S-rank gear? Those were priceless treasures. He sat there, contemplating. The tuition fees alone were already an astronomical amount. I refuse to spend money on something I'm being forced into. Kong Jioma focused on finding a loophole. The letter stated that equipment was required. If I didn't bring anything, I'd leave a bad impression on the first day. A few seconds later, he gave up and let out a long sigh. Alright, let's just go to Daiso. Kong Jioma walked toward the glowing sign. But suddenly, a familiar memory resurfaced. Why am I suddenly thinking of that old man? I recalled my very first master. A stubborn man who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won. A true master never blamed their equipment. The scene shifted. A voice rang out. New student, Kong Jioma. Now dressed in his academy uniform. Kong Jioma turned toward the voice. In front of him stood a massive man, his muscles clearly defined. Even under his clothes, the man looked down at the discounted Daiso kitchen knives piled on the table. Is this really your weapon? Lee Wanbin, standing nearby, froze for a moment. Today was the entrance ceremony. It was Kong Jioma's turn for equipment inspection. The instructor eyed the heap of cheap knives and immediately made a judgment. Every year, these noble students try to pull pranks. I need to establish discipline right away. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm against the table and shouted, "Do you think this academy is a joke? Do you really believe that using a kitchen knife as a weapon for the placement exam is acceptable?" Kong Jioma, completely unfazed, replied, "This is my weapon." Seeing his unwavering expression, Lee Wanbin broke into a cold sweat and remained still. The instructor roared again, "Student Kong Jioma, explain yourself." Kong Jioma calmly stepped forward and stated, "I am a special student from a humble background. My parents are already struggling to afford my tuition. How could I possibly afford an expensive weapon on top of that?" The instructor's eyes narrowed as he checked the color of Kong Jioma's name tag. Special student. He examined it closely. It was true. For students outside the elite class, academy tuition alone was an enormous burden. The instructor's expression shifted instantly. The man who had been shouting just moments ago now seemed doubtful. Sweat trickled down his face. It was shocking to think that someone from an institution supposedly dedicated to education had nearly dismissed a student's right to learn based on their background. How could they be so prejudiced and push away a child who is both sincere and filial? The instructor hesitated, his stern demeanor wavering. Meanwhile, Kong Jioma calmly continued, "Besides, blaming equipment is just the excuse of an amateur." At that moment, Lee Wanbin felt something flash before his eyes. A radiant light emanating from Kong Jioma. He pondered the boy's words. A true master never blames their equipment. There was no way a teenager should be speaking with such wisdom. It felt as if Kong Jioma had already reached the pinnacle of some field. Now, in Lee Wanbin's eyes, the boy had transcended, like a supreme deity, shining brilliantly. His words weighted with divine authority. His unyielding spirit was that of a true warrior. Overcome with emotion, the instructor burst into tears, his face a mess of snot and sobs. Great, the greatest of all time. Back to reality, Kong Jioma waved a hand in front of him. Instructor? Instructor? Snapping out of it, the instructor immediately stamped the approval. Approved. No further review needed. Kong Jioma packed up his knives. Thank you, instructor. From behind, a group of noble-born students grumbled in annoyance. TCH, a special admission student? How did trash like him even get in? Those special students always reek of inferiority. But before the whispers could spread further, Lee Wanbin, now overflowing with fiery energy, roared, "New students, silence. Once the evaluations are complete, move swiftly and in an orderly manner." Kong Jioma flinched, nearly jumping in shock at the sudden shift. Realizing the danger, he decided to slip away unnoticed. "I need to get out of here. Fast." He was already exhausted from everything that had happened. Did I just get PTSD from hearing that? PTSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder, a severe stress response triggered by past trauma. But as he tried to leave quietly, the other students seemed even more excited by the commotion. Their expressions suggested they were enjoying the show. Their attitude will determine whether I become an angel or a devil. Got it? This was indeed a prestigious academy. Only the most advanced and valuable things gathered here. Phew, time for a break. Sitting in the courtyard, Kong Jioma gazed up at the sky. Exhausted. I expected this, but experiencing it firsthand still feels overwhelming. Slouching slightly, he mentally prepared for what was next. At least I passed the equipment inspection, and got through the entrance ceremony. Now, all that's left is the placement exam. This is exhausting. Kong Jioma paused for a moment, deep in thought. But, I've really come this far. This was the school where he would study for the next 3 years. No matter how many times he looked around, taking in the grand scale of the academy, he couldn't help but be amazed. A hero training institution. Yahoo Academy. Kong Jioma studied the massive buildings. It was definitely different from how it looked in the game's graphics. Then, his gaze shifted to the expansive courtyard. If I were to exaggerate a little, this place could be as large as a small town. Even he had to admire it. Impressive. Sitting on a bench beneath the shade of lush leaves, warm sunlight filtering through, Kong Jioma reflected. This was the beginning of his life at this academy. A strange, indescribable feeling stirred within him. He was about to study at an elite institution. And yet, he couldn't shake the memory of having dropped out of high school back on Earth due to financial struggles. This really feels strange. Suddenly, the announcement speakers crackled to life. The placement exam will begin shortly. All students must assemble at the training hall before 1 p.m. Kong Jioma turned his attention to the announcement, then unzipped the bag beside him. It's time, huh? The entrance ceremony was over. But the placement exam was what truly mattered. With a confident grin, Kong Jioma lifted his Daiso knife and casually flipped it in his hand. An exam is an exam. I just have to get used to it. Now that he thought about it, since arriving here, he hadn't used a knife once. Because there had been no reason to. A memory surfaced. An old man, gripping a knife tightly. One day, you'll put the knife down, but even in your sleep, you must hold onto it tightly. Understand? It seemed he had unconsciously picked up another habit from that old man. 20 years of living by the knife. Would a 1-year break have dulled his skills? Kong Jioma ran his fingers along the blade, testing its sharpness. To his surprise, the cheap Daiso knife was sharper than expected. He smiled. Better than I thought. He drew the knife, turning it slightly in his grip. Let's see, maybe I'll cut a few leaves. Suddenly, a surge of lightning-like energy coursed through the blade, crackling as it enveloped the entire knife. Then, a system window flashed open. Equipment activation requirements met. Blessing of the Sword Deity activated. Before Kong Jioma could react, the status window turned red. Warning. Your physical stats are too low. Kong Jioma was startled. The weapon level was too low. And even he was affected. Using suppression to initiate synchronization for the user. An automated voice announced. Still confused about what was happening, Kong Jioma looked around in shock. I just pulled out my knife. A silent black screen enveloped him. Drifting quietly. Somewhere, a beeping sound echoed. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Tension and fear gripped Kong Jioma. A surge of electricity struck his knife, coursing through his body. Lightning crackled violently. Overwhelmed by tension and intense emotions, he let out a pained scream. Ah, AG. His lips trembled as he struggled to speak. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. His eyes rolled back as his surroundings were consumed by electricity and deafening static. A loud explosion rang out. A blinding flash of light erupted, and Kong Jioma was suddenly transported into a strange red space. Fragments of the real world flickered and shattered like broken glass. He gasped in shock, overwhelmed by fear. Shit, his arms went limp. What the hell is this? His knife clattered to the floor. Before him, a rift in space-time had appeared. Eyes wide, he froze in disbelief. Sweat trickled down his face. I'm back. The moment I let go of the knife, everything returned to normal? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, making him writhe in agony. My body, it hurts so much. Kong Jioma struggled to stay upright, his body trembling as his vision darkened. I understand the activation of holy energy, but why does it feel like the world is breaking apart? What does this have to do with the sword god's blessing? And why is this reaction so excruciating? Holy energy instability detected. Current effects. Mild muscle pain relief after use. Kong Jioma raised his trembling hand and stared at it. If every activation is going to be like this. His eyes fell on the knife lying in front of him. I can't use it like this. The overhead speakers crackled to life. All trainees, please report to the training hall immediately. Still shaken by what had just happened, Kong Jioma stood motionless, staring at the knife on the floor. His expression darkened with hesitation. But this, I think, I should pick it up. I can't just leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground. Maybe it only hurts this much the first time. His hands trembled as he tried to reassure himself. I'll be fine, right? Kong Jioma decisively grabbed the knife. Once again, the past repeated itself. The electric shock was inescapable. A sharp scream echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Damn it! The scene abruptly shifted to the training hall, where a large crowd had gathered. Laughter and lively conversations filled the air. Haha, that's right. I was just wondering, how much did it cost for your kid to enroll here? Amid the crowd, a man with green hair noticed something unusual. His eyes widened as he turned to the side. Oh, my, you must have had a rough journey. The one who had appeared was none other than Clinch 6 Fight von Nibelung. Seated with an imposing presence. A roar erupted from the crowd. Sir Klinge, the 7-star hero, Klinge 6 Fight von Nibelung, the descendant of Aaron Nibelung, the direct disciple of the founding hero, Ballo Yaqueen. Klinge, however, paid little attention to the commotion. The green-haired man stole a cautious glance at him. The strongest man in the world. Beside him, a man with white hair finally spoke up. "Hey, shouldn't we go back to our seats?" The green-haired man stammered. Nodding. "Why yeah, we should." Klinge let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him. It was Media, the sage, the 7-star hero. Boson a 6 Fight. It's been a long time. It's really been half a century. Hasn't it? Klinge muttered, clearly displeased. He glanced at her disapprovingly. "You don't dress like a headmaster at all." Media, now in her 70s, seemed unchanged, unbothered. She casually took a seat beside him. "Don't all women wish to keep their beauty until the day they die?" She smirked, then added, "Say the word, and my blessing could make you look 10 years younger." Klinge scowled. "Even if you're turning 70 tomorrow, you're still as immature as ever. People should value what's inside." Media ignored his words entirely, covering her mouth as she chuckled. She changed the subject. "Oh, old man, you're exactly the same as you were 55 years ago." Klinge could do nothing but sit there, fuming. This old hag. Media simply smiled, her gaze lingering on him as she spoke sincerely. "Still, the stubborn old man has changed quite a bit." She looked around in mild curiosity. "Bringing me to places like this? What a surprise." She sighed. "I used to hate even breathing the same air as these selfish nobles." Klinge remained silent, lost in thought. Without hesitation, Media tilted her head and rested it on his lap. "I bet your granddaughter must be quite beautiful." "Huh?" she mused. Klinge didn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "It looks like it's about to start." The training hall remained lively as students continued chatting and socializing. "Hey, just wait, you'll see soon enough." Laughter erupted throughout the hall. However, amidst the bustling crowd, there was one exception, Kong Jioma. Standing alone, isolated, he wore a blank, almost dejected expression. "Am I the only one with black hair? Could it be that I'm the black-haired outsider I've heard about?" On top of that, he was an anomaly, a special student among nobles. Jioma recalled the sneers from the evaluation process. A special student? How did someone like that even get accepted here? He reeks of those so-called special students. Jioma fell into deep thought. Humble origins. Suddenly, movement near the entrance caught his attention. His gaze sharpened, focusing on the figure approaching. "Who is that?" A hush fell over part of the crowd. Through the murmurs and whispers, a figure with long, flowing green hair strode past the gathered students. Jioma listened to the growing chatter. The one arriving is Abel, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Abel von Nibelung. She possessed piercing, icy eyes that seemed to cut through the room. According to Jioma's knowledge, this was the protagonist, the main character of the game, and the sole reason he had invested so much into it. In the beginning, the subspace was created by the founding hero, Ballo Yaqueen. Along with the establishment of the academy, this subspace became a separate reality, detached from their actual world. All injuries and pain experienced here were real. However, because it existed outside the real world, nothing that happened here carried over to reality. Even murder was overlooked. Klinge furrowed his brows. A battle for supremacy within the subspace? Media, still seated beside him, answered nonchalantly. "That's right. Battles within the subspace are a long-standing tradition at our academy." She smirked. "But this year, we're trying something different from the usual supremacy battle." Media patiently explained everything to Klinge. "We will divide the candidates into groups of 10. Klinge seemed to grasp the concept of this year's competition. "A survival game?" Media nodded, adding, "There are no restrictions on equipment." Klinge frowned, glancing at her. "If there are no restrictions, won't that give an advantage to those with special privileges?" Media sighed. She wasn't fond of this rule either. But there was nothing she could do about it. "Let's not talk about that. I compromised as much as I could already. Like it or not, the academy is largely funded by noble families." She then shifted the conversation toward a particular student. "It took me a lot of effort to get that system approved." It seemed both Klinge and Media understood what was really going on. "So that's what this is about." "That's right, he's the special student." That very student, at this moment, was completely frozen, his face red, staring at a girl. From afar, Kong Jioma watched Abel. She's breathtaking. I really thought she was just a 2D character. But seeing her in real life is completely different. Abel von Niebling was surrounded by a swarm of male students, all eager to get her attention. Laughter and chatter followed her wherever she went. Idiots were desperately trying to approach her. Maybe if I weren't familiar with this game, I'd be doing the same thing. Jioma scowled at the crowd. He had played this game extensively. He knew exactly how things were supposed to unfold. Abel von Niebling. She was a character blessed by Miracle M. According to the game's core storyline, she and the golden-haired protagonist were destined to be together, a perfect match. In other words, Abel was already tied to the game's main character. Jioma watched from a distance. Wherever Abel walked, the boys followed like moths to a flame. After all, a beauty like her was never alone. Someone beside him turned away, smirking. A guy like me, a special student, can never compare to them. Rather than getting involved in all this nonsense, it was better to stay out of the way and live a quiet school life. Without another thought, Jioma pulled out a book. He had already set 3 principles for his future. Carefully, he wrote down his main objectives. Jioma ignored everything around him and focused only on his own principles, completing his studies without any trouble, finding a stable job, and living a safe life. However, a page in that book unexpectedly caught his attention. It described the most desirable profession, a hero with an extremely high salary. A hero? Jioma recalled the time he was electrocuted. His body stiffened, and his face turned pale. What kind of deadly situation is this? I only drew my knife, and my body is still trembling. Closing the book with a relaxed and cheerful mindset, he dismissed the idea. Let everyone else save the world. I'll just find a comfortable job. Just then, an announcement echoed through the air. The placement test for the 783rd year at Hoenn Academy will begin now. I will explain the rules, the polygonal entity declared, outlining this year's format. As previously announced, the test would be a battle royale. Among the 10 randomly selected participants, the top-ranked individual would be placed in the elite class, a group that gathered many well-known figures this year. The second and third place finishers would enter the dragon class, while those ranking 4th to 7th would be placed in the wolf class. Finally, the 8th to 10th place contestants would fall into the mortal class. Everyone was filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Knowing that placement would be determined by this battle, the system would automatically calculate scores, with no upper limit. Jioma, too familiar with this setup, recognized it immediately. This is just like in the game. His goal was simple: mortal class. No need to waste time, just finish quickly. The test officially begins now. A dark void expanded, surrounding all participants. Activating subspace generator. The test begins now. May the blessings of the heroes be with you. Jioma's expression turned serious as he entered combat mode. If possible, let's avoid drawing my knife. As soon as the battle commenced, fights erupted across the field. The number of injured and eliminated participants increased rapidly. The system notifications rang out continuously. Group 24 has completed its assessment. The top-ranked participant is Ray Share. Group 47 has completed its assessment. The top-ranked participant is Sake Ryo. The second place is Sarada. Above the battlefield, 2 figures, Media and Clinge, observed from a higher vantage point. Evaluating the candidates in this year's selection process. Media opened the information panel displaying the list of registered participants. Among them were his granddaughter and the descendants of the prestigious Seoul and John Gum bloodlines. Given that, the results were already clear, Clinge found it puzzling but decided to comment nonetheless. Look at this. Look at this right here. 7 minutes and 14 seconds. That's unbelievably fast. On the giant screen, an image of Abel appeared. A C-rank weapon achieving this record? Abel had insisted on a fair evaluation. Despite his youth, he carried himself with the composure of someone far older. Even if your record remains unbroken, the girl's record still ranks in the top 10 in the Academy's history. Clinge chuckled with amusement. That's only natural for someone with Niebling blood. He then made his predictions while preparing to leave. It looks like the test is about to end. I should be going. There's still one group left. Are you heading to the marketplace already? They're probably just descendants of those swine. Clinge stood up and walked away. See you later. Yeah, in the next life. Old man. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from somewhere. The entire hall fell into silence. Stunned, all eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Media, alarmed, turned to Clinch and raised his voice. You felt that too, didn't you? Even Clinch could no longer maintain his composure. This is unbelievable. On the battlefield below, an eerie darkness loomed. Injured participants groaned. Blood was spilled, and those who had been eliminated looked on in despair. Clinch tensed. Where is that presence coming from? Then, the sound rang out again. Neither of them could remain seated any longer. High in the sky, a streak of blue light hurtled downward, right toward the battle arena. Both Clinch and media shot to their feet in shock. The protective spatial barrier surrounding the test shattered. An unknown object pierced through the barrier. The entire audience froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A second later, the realization sank in. Two figures crashed violently onto the battlefield. The grandstands erupted into chaos. Did someone just fall out of a subspace? Above them, a blinding light illuminated the entire sky. Clinch stood frozen, fear evident on his face as sweat trickled down his forehead. A figure streaked through the sky, tearing a hole in the protective barrier upon impact. A massive knife plunged into the ground right beside a fallen participant. Media shouted urgently, "Medical team, check their vitals." The medical staff rushed in to assess the injured, swiftly carrying them away. Clinch remained silent, lost in thought as he observed the scene. The familiar knife gleamed under the light, its polished surface reflecting the face of a defeated contestant. The scene shifted. The inevitable conclusion had already been set in motion. Somewhere in the chaos, a blonde-haired man yelled furiously, "You bastard, you think you're something, huh?" Before he could react, a hand clamped around his throat. His attacker slammed him against the wall with merciless force. Grinning wickedly, a tragic sight unfolded before them. Mao Sun had his hand wrapped around the man's throat, while Mao Jun stood atop a pile of fallen contestants. Jioma felt his stomach drop. This is a death trap. The cursed twins of the Iron King clan. The first, Jun, had lost all traces of humanity. He grabbed a female contestant by the hair, mercilessly beating her, tormenting her for sport. Mao Jun was far too brutal. The next was Sun, no different from a living demon. With a single motion, he tightened his grip, suffocating his victim. Done already? Then let's move on. Even with their inborn talents, their cruelty and deceit knew no bounds. Jioma, watching from nearby, broke into a cold sweat. These bastards, they've been playing with their prey for 30 minutes straight. Standing still, he wondered, am I so insignificant that they haven't even noticed me? Sun released his grip. His victim fell lifelessly to the ground. He nudged the body with his foot. Unimpressed. Dead already? How boring. He turned to his brother. Hey, how many do we have now? Screams of pain echoed in the air. Ah, stop, it hurts. Sun suddenly recalled something. Jun, still stepping on another contestant, grunted in irritation. More or less. We're done here. What now? Sun grinned. Brother, you've caught 4 already. Jun immediately understood. Oh, my bad. I'll leave that one for you. Then, their eyes locked onto a trembling red-haired girl huddled in the corner. Well, Sun licked his lips. Jioma, witnessing the scene, felt his entire body seize with terror. Jioma took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm and think rationally. The girl who had been sitting silently in the corner was now trembling uncontrollably. She had lost the will to fight. Damn it. Sun stepped closer, his expression filled with twisted amusement. Oh, look at this. He raised his fist, flashing a sinister grin. She seems just right for my tastes. I'm even curious, will her screams be as delightful as I imagine? Jun, standing at a distance, chuckled darkly. You're my little brother, but damn, you really are a freak. Ha 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 ha. Sun's perverse excitement intensified as he stared down at the girl. Now, where should I start tearing you apart? Just then, Jioma burst out from the shadows. Hey, you fat pigs. He shouted boldly, his voice ringing through the battlefield. Even though this was just a subspace, their actions were far too extreme. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you insane? Damn it, I got caught up in this mess without even realizing it. The two brothers turned toward him, their expressions filled with irritation. Oh, another one? Sun reached out, grabbing Jioma's name tag. Both brothers narrowed their eyes at the green badge pinned to his chest. A distinguished student. Seriously? A lowly insect like him? They exchanged sinister glances before Sun started walking toward him. Don't worry, bro. I'll deal with him real quick. Blood sprayed through the air. Okay. Sun licked his lips, Amused. Since this bastard insulted us, let's cut out his tongue. Gyoma now found himself in a perilous situation, surrounded with no way out. His jaw clenched tightly as he tried to find an escape. Damn it, what do I do? Should I use unshackled blessing? No, these two had been desecrating the corpses of other students for over 30 minutes. Avoiding pain for just 30 seconds wouldn't help at all. Then, Sashimi. A sudden brilliant light flashed from within his knife pouch. The knife Sashimi gleamed blindingly bright. But Gyoma hesitated. If I grab my blessed knife, the sword god's blessing will activate for sure. He took a deep breath, preparing himself. His life had been peaceful until now, safe and stable. It hadn't even been half a day since he decided to change. Damn it. Sun, noticing something, narrowed his eyes. Huh? What's this? Gyoma pulled the knife from his pouch. The two brothers froze in place, stunned. Then, mocking laughter rang out. Are you kidding me, you little shit? Sun immediately lunged toward him. Since you seem kinda fun, I'll make sure you feel plenty of pain. He pushed off the ground so forcefully that the floor beneath him cracked. I'll crush your skull first. Sun leapt high into the air, aiming straight for Gyoma. Gyoma shifted his stance, preparing to dodge. This isn't a situation where I can afford to be picky. Just 30 seconds. If I can hold out for 30 seconds, everything should be fine. Tension surged through him as he drew his blade. At that moment, a notification window appeared before his eyes. Unshackled blessing activated. For 30 seconds, all pain will be nullified. Blessing of the unprotected activated. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 12 hours. Slowly, Gyoma unsheathed the knife. At the same time, another system notification appeared. Blessing of the sword god activated. All pain caused by the sword god's blessing will be erased. Sun charged straight at him, roaring, "What the hell do you think you can do with that dull little knife? You filthy mutt?" Gyoma's grip tightened around Sashimi. "If I don't cut him, I'll die." His eyes locked onto Sun's movements, his entire body tense with focus. The pressure was suffocating, but Gyoma refused to back down. This isn't a fish, this is a human. Suddenly, memories from his past flashed through his mind. Why do gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives? His teacher had yelled at him countless times, drilling it into his head. "You idiot, that's just in movies. Not even a god could do that. Dumbass. If you cut, it will slice." At that moment, everything became clear. Gyoma's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. A dazzling light flared as his knife struck. Before Sun could even finish his sentence, slash! His arm was severed in a single, clean cut. Arg! His screams echoed through the arena. Gyoma's eyes burned with divine radiance. At this moment, he was no longer just a participant. He had become something more, a god descending upon this battlefield to vanquish evil. The blessing of the gods surged within him, and in that instant, a chef's voice from his past rang in his ears. "Do you know why gangsters use sashimi knives?" Before the sentence could even finish, a blinding flash shot past. Thunk! A razor-sharp knife buried itself deep into the wall. The chef trembled violently, his eyes rolling back in fear. This can't be. Kong Gyoma's teacher narrowed his eyes at him, his expression cold and unreadable. "I told you to call me teacher." His voice was sharp, carrying the weight of authority. "And why are you so curious about that?" Huh? A narration echoed in Gyoma's mind. "My first teacher was a former gangster. To atone for his past sins, he cut off one of his own hands. After that, he opened a sashimi restaurant because he wanted to make people happy with his knife skills. His skills were truly remarkable." In the memory, a young chef held up a razor-sharp knife, casually asking, "Why do gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives?" Curious, he wondered, does it work like that in real life, too? The teacher wiped his face with his severed hand before answering. Anyone with real knife skills wouldn't ask that question. He sighed, then continued, "Think carefully. If someone stabs you with a big kitchen knife, the wound will immediately tighten around the blade. Do you think they'll be able to pull it out easily? Sashimi knives are small. That means they can stab multiple times and be withdrawn effortlessly." The young chef frowned, still not convinced. "Stab? Why not just chop straight through? You can cut through fish. Why not people?" Hearing that, the teacher's face darkened, and he snapped, "Because fish lie down when you cut them. Idiot. If something's standing, you can't even chop through bread properly, let alone a person." Damn it. The young chef fell silent for a moment before muttering. "But in manga, It always looks so smooth. The teacher's eye twitched. So you're saying I'm the one with bad skills? Furious, he smacked the young chef over the head and barked. Call me teacher, not boss. Even if a god handed you a knife, it wouldn't make a damn difference if you didn't know how to use it. Scene transition. A giant iron hand appeared. Mao Sun staggered back, his face twisted in pain. His arm had been severed. The cruelty in his red-stained eyes had vanished, replaced with sheer horror. Even Louis, watching from a distance, looked utterly shocked. In front of them stood Kong Jioma, holding a small, razor-sharp knife. Mao Sun clutched his bleeding stump, screaming, You bastard! Damn you!" His voice cracked, partly from agony, partly from despair. Tears streamed down his face. My hand. He kept gripping the severed limb, sobbing uncontrollably. It hurts so much, Huck. But as Kong Jioma stepped forward, his face shadowed in cold determination. Sun completely broke. No, don't come any closer. His body collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Stay back, I said stay back. Then, in a blind panic, he scrambled to his feet. Spinning around, he ran, screaming, Help, somebody help me. Mao Jun stood in shock at the scene unfolding before him. He was still desperately running forward, tears streaming down his face. Brother, save me, that bastard, hurry. His voice was filled with despair. His expression twisted and ugly. A red flash of light streaked across his face. Death was imminent. Before Mao Jun could finish his sentence, Kong Jioma swung his blade. A swift slash cut through the air, slicing cleanly through his head. A horrifyingly bloody scene unfolded before Mao Jun's eyes. He froze in shock, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. A mix of rage and terror surged within him. At his feet lay half of his brother's head, his lifeless eyes staring up in a silent plea for help. It was then that Mao Jun's fury erupted. He trembled as he let out a furious scream. Kong Jioma remained standing there, holding a small yet deadly sharp knife. Louis, too, was stunned by the horrific sight. Stay calm, this is nothing. Mao Jun clenched his teeth, trying to reassure himself, but sweat poured from his body like a waterfall. With just a knife like that, there's no way Sun could have died. Even so, what the hell is wrong with that bastard? He couldn't quite grasp the situation, but something was off. For someone who seems like he's never used a knife before, why is he so composed? Mao Jun took a deep breath, trying to regain control, but his breathing was shaky and erratic. Was it just a coincidence? No, he was certain, he had to be careful of that knife. Sun's mistake was being too careless. Calculating his next move, Mao Jun raised his remaining arm of steel. If that was the case, he swiftly attached the red metal arm to his other side and shouted. A weapon is at its best when wielded with both hands. A surge of power coursed through him. Blessing of resilience, his defense increased. Blessing of intervention, his strength multiplied by 200%. A massive red fist materialized before him. Blessing of the spirits, enhancing the power of his fists even further. Now wielding two colossal metal arms, Mao Jun smirked confidently, hissing through his teeth, activating 3 blessings at once. These are rank of blessings, something lowlifes can only dream of. I don't know where you got that knife, but even an S-rank weapon won't cut through this. I'm not like Sun. On the other side, Kong Jioma was trembling, mumbling under his breath. 23, 22, 21. Mao Jun launched a blue fist forward. You've just been standing there like an idiot this whole time. He then threw a red fist straight at Kong Jioma. What, are you muttering your final words? Yet, Kong Jioma remained still, gripping his knife, his eyes burning with an eerie light. Instead of fear, his face twisted in excitement and anticipation as he shouted, I'm going to crush your skull. Mao Jun's attack swung down, aiming for the back of Kong Jioma's head. But Kong Jioma simply continued counting. 7, 6, 5. Mao Jun hesitated for a brief moment, confused by the indifference. What the hell is? Before he could finish the thought, he was already on the ground, his body riddled with countless knives, fresh blood streaming from his wounds. The red metal arm, severed, a knife embedded deep into it. His face was smeared with blood, his eyes rolling back as if death was moments away. Meanwhile, Kong Jioma's body trembled, still clutching the knife, his lips parting to count. 3, 2, 1. His eyes widened, his body shaking uncontrollably. Before Mao Jun closed his eyes for the last time, A thought flickered through his mind. At that moment, Kong Geoma finally reached 0. System notification. The effect of the blessing of chaos has ended. A deafening scream tore through the air. Kong Geoma's entire body convulsed, his hand gripping the knife as if in unbearable pain. His head. Mao Jun tried to finish his last thought, then exhaled his final breath. Sometime later, a single eye slowly opened. His vision was filled with a pristine white ceiling. Kong Geoma lay on a hospital bed. Disoriented, he muttered, "Is this a hospital?" He tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his body, forcing a groan from his lips. Just then, the door swung open. A blonde-haired man wearing glasses stepped inside. Upon seeing Kong Geoma awake, he turned back and called out, "The student has regained consciousness." The sharp click of high heels echoed into the room, followed by the steady thud of another pair of shoes. Kong Geoma stared in shock. The faces were unfamiliar, yet among them, he recognized someone. 5 years ago, he was the one who defeated the commander of the Demon King's 6th Legion. Now, 2 new figures had appeared, Clinch 6 von Nibling and Sage Media Pozon. 2 of the 7 heroes. The old man gazed down at Kong Geoma, his expression deep in thought, while Kong Geoma, in turn, carefully assessed one of humanity's strongest warriors. 6 Fight. The Sage, Media Pozon, casually raised a hand in greeting, her tone friendly. "How are you feeling?" The Sage and Headmaster, Media Pozon. Kong Geoma's face showed clear confusion as he looked at the 2 figures before him. He stammered in response. I'm fine." Even as he spoke, a question gnawed at his mind. "Why are they here?" 6 Fight then spoke up, his voice steady. "What is your name?" "Kong Geoma," he answered without hesitation. At that moment, 6 Fight's gaze turned sharp, his demeanor shifting. "Let's get straight to the point. Kong Geoma, what the hell did you do?" Faced with the question, Kong Geoma could only remain silent. He had no idea how to respond. That feeling back then, it wasn't just my imagination. His thoughts raced as a cold chill ran down his spine, his expression growing increasingly serious. Then, suddenly, as if realizing something, Kong Geoma's eyes widened. The sword in his hand seemed to enlarge, its entire form emitting a dazzling glow. Even the tip of 6 Fight's staff and the gemstone embedded in his collar radiated with a brilliant light. Kong Geoma's gaze sharpened, being noticed by a monster like him. "This is bad." Despite his growing wariness, he remained composed and spoke firmly. "Even if that was a miniature space, I still believe their actions crossed the line. And I admit, my response may have been excessive as well. I will accept any punishment without complaint." 6 Fight continued to stare down at him. Kong Geoma, however, did not waver. He met the old warrior's gaze head-on, without the slightest hint of fear. Finally, Media Pozon let out a sigh, breaking the cold silence. "Ah, you stubborn old fool. Why are you questioning a young man like this?" She then casually sat down beside Kong Geoma and, without warning, placed a hand on his chest. "Even if you say that," she continued with a teasing smirk, 6 Fight was the one who cleared your blood channels while you were unconscious. "You know, they say the younger they are, the more stubborn they get, right? At the very least, shouldn't you leave some of that work for me?" As she spoke, shimmering heart-shaped lights flickered playfully around her. 6 Fight, feeling embarrassed by her words, awkwardly responded, "I already told you not to bring that up." Meanwhile, Media Pozon was practically drooling as she moved closer to Kong Geoma. Teasing, "Look at him, the old man is embarrassed." "Huh?" Kong Geoma remained puzzled, wondering why his body felt as light as a feather instead of heavy like wet wool. At that moment, Media Pozon was caressing his shoulder, admiring. "Oh, just look at these shoulders." However, she soon regained her composure and interrupted Geoma's thoughts. "When you passed out, we extracted and reviewed everything that had happened along with the professors. The sight of you risking yourself to protect that poor female student, truly. You are the prince I have always dreamed of." Excited, she raised her hands enthusiastically, causing 6 Fight to scowl in annoyance. After her outburst, she wiped away her drool and winked at him, adding, "No, you really are a prince." 6 Fight, unable to tolerate her excitement any longer, stepped in to put an end to it. Annoyed at being interrupted, Media Pozon turned to scold him. "Enough already, old man." 6 Fight, unfazed, reminded her, "At the very least, have some self-respect." Kong Jioma could only watch in confusion as the two bickered like old rivals. Then, Media Pozan turned back to him, sending out pink bubbles as she reassured. I have no intention of punishing you for your actions during the test. So don't worry, she continued. In truth, the twin siblings from the Mao family entered the academy by currying favor with the elders. They will soon be leaving. While Media Pozan was gazing at him with an unsettling hunger, Kong Jioma suddenly realized something and let out a sigh of relief. I see, that's a relief. Thinking it over, he smiled in satisfaction. He wouldn't have to deal with them at the academy anymore. Finally, Six Fight chimed in. We came here to inform you. Jioma quickly replied. Yes? Oh, thank you, sir. Then they delivered the news. Jioma, you're ranked first. Still confused, he looked at them in disbelief as they continued. Congratulations. Overwhelmed with shock, Kong Jioma forced an awkward smile. What? Then, unable to hold back any longer, he opened his mouth and shouted. What? Safety? Sound? Security? At that moment, a towering building emerged into view. From the outside, one could see into a room where a person sat in a chair. Sighing deeply, Media Pozan, holding a cup of tea, spoke in frustration. I've been the headmaster for nearly 2 years now. This is the first time something like this has happened. I don't like it one bit. Kong Jioma, already irritated, responded bluntly. His words left both Media Pozan and Six Chris startled and shocked. Jioma, they murmured, still in disbelief. Then, Kong Jioma spoke again. Do you even understand what it means to be admitted into the star class? Meanwhile, at the hospital, a discussion continued. Did I hear that wrong? Even though the elders were furious, the decision regarding the top-ranking student was made based on the evaluation of the space itself. Kong Jioma fell silent for a moment. Yet, he remained firm in his rejection. But I still don't like it. This left the two elderly figures utterly perplexed. Six Fight, watching him quietly, gave him a look, one that seemed to be a reminder. Jioma, do you really not understand? At that moment, a voice called him back to reality. Currently, Media Pozan was seated across from Six Chris and spoke up. Are you unhappy because Jioma took the top spot from your granddaughter? You saw the footage yourself. She added. Six Chris nonchalantly lifted his cup of tea and replied. It would be utterly foolish. There is nothing more ridiculous than doubting the judgment of the space itself. Even the will of the heroic founder of this academy is embedded within it. The academy itself chose him as the top student. Our only task is to abide by that decision. That said, if his abilities were truly exceptional, I could understand. If his physical prowess were remarkable, I would accept it. If he were a seasoned warrior with vast experience, I would nod in agreement. But what this boy, a mere child who hasn't even reached adulthood, displayed in that moment. Suddenly, the scene of Kong Jioma in battle materialized before them. He stood there like a god of slaughter. A blinding light descended, seemingly tearing through space itself. His techniques carried an intent, something profound. At that instant, even Six Fight, upon witnessing this sight, couldn't hide his astonishment. The swordsmanship he had pursued his entire life, a lever of mastery. The pinnacle of refinement. He now stood alone beneath the impending catastrophe, awaiting its arrival. But in that moment, Six Fight's eyes grew solemn. That unsettling feeling he had when unlocking Kong Jioma's energy pathways. When Six Fight had examined Kong Jioma's physical condition, he had found a weak, untrained body, one that had never undergone any form of conditioning. Yet, within that fragile frame, something strange resided. A mysterious force coursed through his body, flowing from top to bottom. Two distinct points of light gleamed, one in his abdomen and the other in the center of his chest. Something that should not be contained was now existing within him. Back in the present, Six Fight closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. At his age, he set down his cup of tea and pondered. And yet, here I am, still feeling the urge to compete. Especially against a boy the same age as his granddaughter. Just then, Media Pozan's voice cut through his thoughts. His face is really quite pleasing to look at, she mused. And the way he took down his enemies to rescue that poor girl. If I were 10 years younger, no. Actually, even now, I might still have a chance. She turned to Six Fight with a teasing smile. Hey, old man, what do you think? Her remark left Six Fight utterly speechless for a moment before he finally responded. Do you know what students call women like you these days? Media Pozan frowned in confusion. Huh? Then, as if unimpressed, She shrugged and said indifferently. Say it straight. What do they call someone like me? A teacup was placed on the table with a sharp clink, echoing through the room. Media Pozan furrowed her brows, still puzzled, until Six Fight spoke each word clearly. A cougar. At that, a wave of fury erupted from Media Pozan, her presence alone sending a heavy pressure through the room. The teacup on the table trembled, and the liquid inside splashed over the rim. Scene shift. Kong Jioma now stood before a door. A plaque on it read Wolf Class. He let out a long sigh, clearly unimpressed. I've compromised as much as I can. Back at the hospital, a heated discussion had taken place. Send him to an advanced class. But, headmaster, I want to enter the Tiger class. The top-ranked student cannot attend the Tiger class. Someone argued. But isn't this academy supposed to uphold equality? Kong Jioma countered. Why can't I go there? No matter what, the Tiger class is far too low for you. After much debate against this stubborn student, Media Pozan had broken into a cold sweat. In the end, she sighed, raising a hand to her lips, and promised, in exchange, I'll keep your secret. As uncertainty spread around her, Media Pozan couldn't shake off a lingering sense of unease. If I let him join the Tiger class, the elders will make an even bigger fuss over this. Meanwhile, Kong Jioma remained completely confused as he watched her leave. His plan had been simple, to quietly complete his studies in a lower class, avoiding the power struggles of the higher-ranking students. With that thought in mind, he slowly pushed the door open and let out a deep sigh. At least this is still within my expectations. The moment he stepped inside, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang, startling him. The noise echoed through the hall, causing everyone inside to pause and look in his direction. For a brief moment, all eyes, both male and female, were on him. Then, as soon as they noticed his name tag, Jioma, their interest quickly faded. Seeing that he wasn't anyone significant, they simply returned to their conversations, laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. Kong Jioma quietly walked down the stairs, silently praying, please, just keep ignoring me. When he finally took a seat, he felt a bit relieved. Looks like the headmaster really didn't let what happened before leak out at all. Good, the ones who prefer solitude always find their own way. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. With that thought, he smiled to himself, humming softly as he opened his book. Just then, an unexpected presence caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Chloe standing there, her posture hesitant and shy. She approached him timidly and spoke. Hi, I just wanted to thank you for what you did before. Her words surprised him slightly. For a moment, silence settled between them. Then, Chloe's face flushed red as she continued. During the exam, that's when Kong Jioma finally recalled the moment. That time. As he thought about it, he found himself wondering, we're the same age, so why is she acting so cautious? Still, he smiled warmly and reassured her. There's no need to thank me. Anyone would have done the same in that situation. Even as he said that, he couldn't help but think. It might have looked like I saved her, but in reality, I was just trying to survive. How hypocritical of me. But Chloe remained standing there, looking nervous as she insisted. No, it's not like that at all. Watching her struggle to express herself, Kong Jioma decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Come to think of it, I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves yet. He smiled and said, I'm Kong Jioma. Chloe finally managed to smile and responded. I'm Chloe. Kong Jioma, still friendly, replied, nice to meet you, Chloe. I didn't expect us to be in the same class. Chloe beamed, adding, I'm happy to meet you too. After chatting for a bit, Kong Jioma tilted his head in confusion, wondering, Chloe, who is she again? He had played through nearly every part of the game, yet he didn't recall a character by that name. As far as he remembered, the main storyline in the latter half focused on the war against the demon race. For a new character to appear at this point was completely unexpected. She's probably just a minor character. Like me. Pushing the thought aside, he asked, oh, by the way, could you keep what happened during the exam a secret? Chloe blinked in surprise before nodding. Huh? Oh, of course. It seemed like she wanted to say something else. If you don't mind, could we? But before she could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. Everyone, take your seats. A loud command echoed across the room, cutting her off. Kong Jioma glanced at Chloe and said, let's talk later. She sighed in disappointment but nodded. Yeah, okay. At that moment, a stack of documents was slammed onto the desk. accompanied by a booming voice. First of all, congratulations to all of you for being accepted. Standing at the front of the room was an instructor, his face filled with pride. You are here because you have been chosen to carry on the will of the great hero who founded Valo Ya Queen Academy. Be proud of that. The instructor then introduced himself. My name is Lee Wanbin, the main instructor of the Wolf class. After a short pause, he continued, since today is the first day, we'll be starting with some basic physical training. Change into your training gear and gather at the training grounds in 30 minutes. A student wearing glasses raised his hand and asked, Instructor, what kind of training will we be doing? Lee Wanbin casually responded, it's simple, just 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. After that, you'll just have to run 10 laps around the training grounds. The class immediately erupted in complaints and murmurs. Lee Wanbin raised his voice. If there are no more questions, then move, get changed and meet at the training grounds. With that, the class was dismissed. Yes, sir, the students responded, before rushing off to prepare. As the rest of the students made their way outside, Kong Jioma remained seated, staring in disbelief. Is this training meant to turn us all into bald-headed soldiers or what? With a sigh, he walked up to the podium and called out, Instructor Lee Wanbin? The instructor glanced at him and asked, what's the matter, student Kong Jioma? That made him pause for a second. Wait, how does he know my name? But that wasn't the issue right now. The real problem was, he needed a way to get out of this training. Feigning concern, he said, Sir, I'm not feeling well. I have to escape this boring training session somehow. Lee Wanbin took a moment to consider before nodding. I see. Then, to Jioma's surprise, the instructor said, well, as the top-ranked student, this training wouldn't benefit you much anyway. As he spoke, he glanced at a document, recalling something. Remember, keep this a secret. Then he continued, how about this? Why don't you train with the star class today instead? The headmaster has already granted you access to all classes. Kong Jioma froze for a full 5 seconds. That old hag. What secret? What kind of secret has more and more people finding out about it? Thinking back to her promise, his lips twitched in frustration. Still, he quickly composed himself, scratched his head, and forced a cheerful grin. No need for that, sir. I think I just need to use the restroom real quick. I'm feeling a little sore. But wow, stretching like this is just what I needed. Haha, you're really a wise instructor. Lee Wanbin raised an eyebrow and remarked. As expected of our top-ranked student, always so straightforward. Then, with a smirk, he added, I'll see you at the training ground. Why yes, sir. Scene shift, training grounds. Now drenched in sweat, Kong Jioma staggered forward, struggling to breathe. His heavy footsteps pounded against the ground, his body aching with exhaustion. 1, 2, keep up the pace. This is just a warm-up. The instructor's voice boomed. The other students had already surged ahead, leaving Kong Jioma limping behind. Trying to keep up. I'm dying? Through sheer willpower, he forced himself to respond. Why yes, sir. But even as he did, he was running on fumes. I swear, I'm going to drop dead at this rate. Yet the instructor's shouts continued. 1, 2, move faster. At that moment, Chloe ran up beside him, her expression filled with concern. This training is way too harsh, she exclaimed. Are you okay? You don't look so good. Kong Jioma turned his head toward her. Stunned, Kong Jioma was exhausted, feeling like he was about to faint. Yet he forced a smile and responded. I'm fine. Chloe looked at his face, sensing something was off, but still asked, Jioma, how many laps have you run? Kong Jioma replied, probably 5. What about you? Chloe, who seemed to have been left far behind, innocently answered, I've run 9 laps already. Hearing that, Kong Jioma was shocked. Chloe clenched both fists and encouraged him. Keep going, you can do it. Then, without hesitation, she quickly ran ahead, while Kong Jioma, still exhausted, trailed behind, panting heavily. Huff. The scene transitioned to the academy under a sunset sky. Empty water bottles were scattered on the floor, and 2 drained bottles sat on the table. Suddenly, someone slammed a bottle down on the table. Kong Jioma lay sprawled on the bed, sighing in frustration. Damn it, I'm starving. A week after entering academy life, I found myself caught up in an unexpected problem. At that moment, in the academy's dining hall, students had gathered to eat after long and grueling training sessions. Unable to hold back any longer, Kong Jioma blurted out, drawing confused stares from everyone. I'm starving. Pork belly. Please, give me some pork belly. I'm too hungry, he urged desperately. The chef shot a sharp glance at Kong Jioma, then looked at the ticket box. So, it's not free? Jioma muttered in realization. He quickly corrected himself. I'll go get a meal ticket right now. 1 bowl of rice with pork belly, 1 serving. But then, he suddenly froze for 5 seconds, staring at something on the menu board. It read, pork belly rice 50 won. Standing before the ridiculously high price, he exclaimed in disbelief. 50 won? For just pork belly? He stood there, stunned, mumbling to himself. 50.000, 50 won? Back in the present, Kong Jioma was tipping a water bottle upside down, trying to drink the last few drops. After finishing it, he furiously threw the empty bottle aside and cursed. Damn it, 50 won for a bowl of pork belly rice? This is insane. His eyes burned with frustration as if he was about to kill someone. I'm starving, and now this outrageous price. My living expenses are running out. Kong Jioma recalled the moment when his father handed him some money. Take this, just a little allowance for you. Oh, I don't need it, he had replied with a bright smile, refusing without hesitation. Back to the present, he looked down at the empty bottle on the floor. Then, he pulled the blanket over himself, curling up in regret. I should have taken it when I had the chance. What an idiot I am. Surviving day by day on the cheapest water from the school store. He lay there, buried under the covers. Just then, a system window appeared before him. Blessing of the Sword Saint. If you slash something, it will be easier to cut. Physical condition increased to 12. Due to the enhancement of your physique, sword-wielding requirements have been loosened. The blessing only activates on swords with a length of 30 cm plus or minus 2 cm or shorter and a width of 5 cm plus or minus 1 cm. Kong Jioma thought to himself. Every time I focus on it, the blessing window just appears automatically. A moment later, he let out a smile, stood up, and faced the mirror. Lifting his sleeveless shirt, his toned six-pack abs came into view. He admired himself in the mirror and muttered, well, I guess it wasn't a complete waste of time. Then, he looked down at his hands in amazement. The blessing of the Sword Saint, it even purified my bloodstream? How did it go this far? This is almost like an evolution. Yet, the blessing hadn't fully activated. The conditions remained the same, applicable only to swords of 30 cm plus or minus 2 cm in length and 5 cm plus or minus 1 cm in width. If I keep improving step by step, I might be able to control a short sword. At that moment, his eyes landed on 2 sharp knives resting on the table. A grin spread across his face. Back at the entrance ceremony, I was terrified just holding a sword. But now, if I don't have one in my hand, my fingers feel itchy. Is this the effect of the blessing? Then, he scratched his head in frustration. Why do I feel so proud of this? Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him. Who's there? As he opened the door, he was about to ask. Standing outside the door was Chloe. She still carried that shy demeanor, but her expression looked slightly worried. Sorry. Am I disturbing your rest? Chloe, why is she here? Kong Jioma wondered. Then, he smiled and replied cheerfully. Not really. I had just lain down. What's up? Chloe lowered her gaze and carefully explained. It's just, I haven't seen you at the school cafeteria all week. I was worried you weren't feeling well. On the surface, Kong Jioma chuckled and said, oh, well, I just don't have the habit of eating food cooked by others. Ha ha ha. But deep inside, he was drooling like crazy. I absolutely love eating food cooked by others. Hearing his response, Chloe nodded. Ah, I see. Well, don't worry then. As he reassured her, Chloe hesitated for a moment before making a suggestion. If you're okay with it. Jioma, I was thinking, maybe we could buy some ingredients from the school store and cook together. Before she could even finish her sentence, Kong Jioma had already put on his coat. As if he had been waiting for this moment. He grinned and said, then let's go. You're inviting me to dinner, aren't you? Chloe blinked, struggling to process his words and actions. I am? Kong Jioma hummed a cheerful tune as they walked down the hallway. I'm a great cook, you know, just leave everything to me. Seeing his enthusiasm, Chloe smiled brightly and ran after him. Okay. Jioma, he continued, your dorm is across the street, right? Let's head there together. By then, night had already fallen. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, while some of the windows in the buildings below still glowed with light. Inside Cluis's dorm room, she took a bite of the food and exclaimed, "This is delicious." Kong Jioma grinned. "I'm really glad you like it." Clui continued to praise him. "You didn't just throw things together randomly, did you? And you cook so fast." For a moment, Jioma fell silent. He glanced down at the now spotless plate and muttered, "I only know how to boil fish. I never thought I'd get to experience this level of cooking." Then, he stood up. "I'll go check the fridge." "Okay?" When he opened it, he was met with a sight that left him stunned, boxes and boxes of fish packed inside. He turned to Clui and, in disbelief, remarked, "You really love fish, don't you?" Clui responded, I was born in a coastal area." After all, Kong Jioma's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. My specialty is cooking fish." "Perfect. My hands are itching to do something already," he thought to himself, feeling pleased. Then, he eagerly dove into cooking. Time to purify myself after so long, by slicing sashimi. However, there was a slight issue, the blessing of the sword saint. Glancing at the vegetable stand, he hesitated for a moment. The kitchen knives available weren't quite right. Turning to Clui, he asked, "Do you have a longer knife?" Clui tilted her head. "A longer one?" "Yeah," he explained. "You know, my weapons are usually shaped like swords, so using a short knife feels a bit awkward." "I see," she nodded. A little while later, as Kong Jioma was busy preparing the meal, Clui suddenly called out, "Jioma." She approached him, smiling, and handed over her sword. "Would this work?" He stared at her, speechless. "You've got to be kidding me." Feeling utterly helpless, he sighed. "I meant a kitchen knife would be fine too." Just then, a system prompt flashed in his mind. Event. Outside Japan. Useless. Complete the task within 30 seconds. With no other choice, he picked up a sharp kitchen knife and got to work. Blessing activated. His eyes gleamed with precision as he sliced. Clui, watching from the side, was completely stunned. "Wait, I'm supposed to be the most skilled swordsman in my country, but this." Meanwhile, Kong Jioma encouraged himself. "I can do this." A streak of light flashed across the darkness, razor sharp. Back in the present, he glanced down at the spotless plate. 21 seconds? That's how long it took me to scale the fish. Remove the bones, gut it, and fillet the meat. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Across from him, Clui happily ate, savoring every bite. "This tastes incredible, almost like a masterpiece." After finishing her meal, she looked at him in awe. "Jioma, how are you this good at cooking?" He casually replied, "I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant." Clui gasped. "A part-time job? A part-time job, Jioma?" He sighed, a bit exasperated. "Wait, don't tell me you don't know what a part-time job is?" "I'm sorry," Clui murmured, looking slightly embarrassed. "But anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed the meal." Clui, visibly excited, nodded enthusiastically. Since he had prepared dinner, she volunteered. "Then I'll handle the dishes." "Thanks, I'll leave it all to you." At that moment, a peaceful scene unfolded. Kong Jioma sat gazing at the moon while Clui stood at the sink, washing dishes. Feeling satisfied and full from the meal, he thought to himself, "The moon is beautiful tonight." As he admired the view, he unconsciously hummed a tune. However, his moment of peace was short-lived. Clang! A loud clatter rang out, followed by a panicked voice. I'm sorry." Kong Jioma flinched, breaking into a nervous sweat. Then, clang, 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 more dishes crashed. He turned to see Clui flailing in panic. I'm sorry," she stammered. Instead of being frustrated, Jioma found it amusing, watching her struggle. He smirked. "Ha ha, I wonder if she's ever washed dishes before?" Come to think of it, when he was her age, he had done the same thing. As he continued gazing at the moon, something suddenly fell from the top of a shelf, a book. The wind flipped it open, revealing its contents. Kong Jioma glanced down at it, surprised. A diary? His eyes landed on an entry. "Someone helped me during today's placement exam. I must find a way to repay them someday." He stared at the neat handwriting, decorated with cute stickers, and picked up the notebook with a soft smile. She really is just like any other girl her age. Just then, the wind flipped another page. It turned on its own. He muttered. His gaze fell upon the new entry. "So, the person who helped me is actually in the same class as me. His name is Jioma. My heart is beating so fast, and I don't know what to do." I can't bring myself to talk to him. Jeonma blinked, letting out a quiet, "Oh." Then, he smiled, genuinely amused. "So that's why she couldn't talk to me. Huh?" His lips curled into a sly smirk. Should I keep reading? But before he could decide, the pages kept flipping on their own. "I love you. I love you. I love you." His face froze. What is this? The words, "I love you," appeared, as if they were written in bright red blood, leaving him frozen in place. For a few seconds, the sound of something shattering echoed. Chloe stood beside the broken bowl, looking at him, holding her diary in hand, and asked, "So, you've seen it?" The story of Chloe's clan. The heroic clans earned their reputation by hunting monsters, gaining the respect of society and solidifying their status. However, within these organizations, there were always those who exploited the weak for personal gain, using their power for selfish purposes, even when the public lacked the strength to resist. One heroic clan emerged to take on the role of Tasados. That clan was the Auditor of Sicily, a family that remained hidden in the shadows, but always walked towards the light, using assassination to maintain order. Those born into the Auditor clan were trained in mental fortitude from childhood, suppressed their emotions, and underwent relentless, rigorous training. A young child with innocent eyes once stood there, only to be replaced by a weary man, who could no longer lift his head. Then, an old bald man appeared, his pitch-black eyes piercing through the darkness. He stood beside young Chloe, correcting her sword grip, even as she trembled at the thought of becoming an assassin. Blood splattered through the air, marking the first time her hands were stained red. There she stood, little Chloe, shaking as she clutched her blood-soaked sword. At 5 years old, her grandfather, hunched over with a cane, spoke. "Chloe, Auditor in Sicily, stop denying your talent for assassination." That was the phrase she had heard before she even came of age. Chloe eventually accepted her fate. Endless training had twisted her mind, casting a shadow deep within her heart. Little by little, her sense of self wore away, leaving behind only faint traces of emotion. Entering Yua Queen Academy. By the time she reached the age to enter the academy, Chloe enrolled at Yua Queen Academy, where classes were divided based on each student's abilities. Even though members of the Auditor clan, destined to pursue Tasados, all possessed abilities beyond dragon rank, they were placed in ordinary classes. This was due to family tradition, and an agreement between the academy and the clan. Chloe always remembered the old bald man's words, "You must remain hidden." However, even though 3 years of youth were taken away by her family, losing her freedom and facing the fate of becoming an assassin, Chloe did not say a word. She accepted it, believing that nothing could be changed anyway, until she met a certain young man. At that moment, someone appeared and shouted, "Hey, you bastards!" Seeing her being bullied, Kong Jeoma furiously yelled, "Are you all out of your minds? Don't touch her." In the battle within the royal subspace, although death there was not real, this was perhaps the first time Chloe had experienced it. Yet she did not tremble in fear. But then, those arrogant men sneered, saying, "There's still one more left." Huh? Chloe remained calm in the face of life and death, just as she always had. Her predetermined fate had long stopped being something she struggled against. She had learned to exist as she was and had always lived that way. At that moment, Mao Xin smirked smugly. "I'll kill you first and then go back to that little girl. That should be fine, right?" After all, nothing would change. Fate seemed so clear, or at least, it once had. Blood splattered before Chloe's eyes, but it felt as if the sun had broken through the dark clouds. Amid the storm, something ignited and swirled deep within her. She picked up her sword, this time by her own will. She picked it up to protect someone else. The image of Kong Jeoma slicing Mao Xin's head in half appeared before her. He was the reason that young man had picked up a blade. Throughout her childhood, she still remembered the fairy tale she had secretly hidden under her pillow. Little Chloe used to sneakily read fairy tales at night, stories of a princess imprisoned in a tower. She smiled joyfully. Kong Jeoma appeared like a prince, coming to rescue Princess Glau. The princess's love, the green's love. A prince who appeared to save another. Her face flushed, and her chest tightened. A vague and incomprehensible feeling surged within her. Chloe had only one thought. She stood there, both hands covering her face. This is love, this is love. At that moment, Chloe felt a change in her emotions. Damn it, go back. Right now. Kong Jeoma was staring at her in shock. Chloe stood there, looking at him with shining eyes. Like a completely different person. Kong Jioma scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a laugh. Ha ha. Then, silence fell over them again, thick with tension. Damn it, he was so nervous that sweat was forming on his forehead. This is bad, it's the first time I've seen her so carefree. Or was it when I blindly followed her just for a meal? Kong Jioma scratched his head again and said to Chloe, "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?" But Chloe remained standing there, her eyes shining, silent. He forced another smile and waved his hand. "Thanks to you, I had the best dinner I've had in a long time. Well, I'll be going now. See you tomorrow." But just as he turned, Chloe spoke. "Did you see it?" Kong Jioma froze. "Huh? See what?" Chloe pointed. "That." Kong Jioma followed her gaze and noticed the notebook on the table. He let out an awkward laugh. "Oh, you mean this book? Ha ha, you must have been studying really hard." Chloe cut him off, her voice sharp. "My journal." Kong Jioma pressed his lips together. Uneasy. "Do you have eyes on the back of your head or something? Since when could you see right through me? And the honorifics, I even forced her to change them." It felt like she had become a completely different person. The argument began. "I didn't read it." "You didn't?" "Yeah, I didn't see anything at all." "Stop lying." In the end, Kong Jioma sighed and admitted. "Okay, I read it." Silence fell once more. Then, suddenly, something gleamed, making him jolt in shock. Before he even realized it, Chloe was gripping a sword, ready to unsheath it. His face turned pale. "Huh? Wait, no. Hold on." His gaze darted downward. He was on the edge of the 4th floor's rooftop. "If I jump from here, I'll be shattered to pieces." His eyes then darted to the only exit left, the door. "This is bad, I'm trapped." Outside, everything was still calm and peaceful. But inside Chloe's room, Kong Jioma was facing a crisis. Just then, a sudden noise made him flinch. He turned back, clang. A sword scraped against the floor, sending sparks flying. Chloe held the sharp blade, her expression blank, her steps steady as she advanced. Panic surged through him. What the hell is she doing? This can't be happening. His mind raced. Is she even aware of what she's doing? I can already picture what's about to happen. Her pupils were motionless, her red eyes vacant. A yandere. The conclusion struck like a meteor. On top of that, the cheerful image of Chloe flashed through his mind. Her passionate attitude could shift in an instant. No way. Finding it hard to believe, he reached another conclusion. A yandere is already bad enough. But now she has multiple personalities too? He never expected that simply opening her journal would trigger such a drastic personality shift. This is dangerous. She might chase him down until his last breath. I need to make my position clear to ensure my safety in the future. Her killing intent was even stronger than the Mao brothers. Damn it, life at this academy is hell. He looked up at the sky in despair. First, I need to get out of this situation. His thoughts raced, but the overwhelming pressure of her killing intent drowned him. The remaining time is 9 seconds. A sashimi knife was in his room. The knife I used earlier. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If he tried to use it, he would definitely end up crippled. Chloe had already started to draw her sword. Meanwhile, Kong Jioma was still in a daze, desperately trying to come up with a plan. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a penholder flashing in the dim light. A box cutter. At the same moment, Chloe lunged forward, swinging her sword. A surge of power erupted from her. Kong Jioma's gaze sharpened. She's attacking. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the box cutter. The penholder toppled over. I wanted to resolve this with words. His finger pushed the razor-sharp blade upward. Damn it. Just then, the system interface flashed before him. Mental state of the user increasing according to dexterity level. Speech and actions temporarily gain a threatening tone. Suppression power begins adapting to the user. Protection of the Sword Saint activated. At that moment, Kong Jioma's eyes gleamed brilliantly. Without hesitation, he slashed. Divine blessing upon you. Chloe's sword was already descending. Kong Jioma raised the box cutter to parry. His gaze sharpened like a blade itself. Chloe's long hair fluttered. She opened her eyes slightly. Let me trim it a bit. As Kong Jioma finished speaking, glowing slashes traced through the air. After a long battle, it was unclear what had truly happened. But Chloe was now lying neatly on the bed. A moment later, she sat up, holding her head. Huh? She glanced around and called out. Jioma, where did you go? She remembered seeing him looking toward the window while washing the dishes. She recalled that sneaky gaze. Then, Chloe suddenly gasped, "My katana." But her sword had been placed neatly beside the desk. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I'm already used to passing out when using my katana." She nodded to herself. "Well done, Chloe." Her mind replayed the previous events. What exactly happened back there? Don't worry. Don't deny your talent as an assassin anymore. She fell silent again, staring at her sword. Then, regretfully, she buried her face into the pillow, muttering to herself, "Chloe, you idiot, why did you pass out at that moment?" Her face flushed so hot that it felt like steam was rising from her head. She groaned into the pillow. Her voice muffled. Her cheeks burned as if they were about to explode. Did I say anything weird while I was unconscious? Suddenly, her eyes landed on something. The box cutter lying on the floor. She scratched her cheek in confusion. Huh? Why is this on the floor? She then grabbed a lock of her hair. It looked shorter. Was this box cutter used to cut my hair? Standing up, she looked into the trash bin. There were freshly cut strands of hair inside. Did he clean up and then leave? A soft smile formed on her lips. Gioma is so kind. Before she forgot, she hurried over to her desk. Pink, love-filled bubbles seemed to float around her. She grabbed her pen, sat down, and started writing in her journal with a blissful expression. A little later, she let out a satisfied cheer. Done. The words in her journal were written boldly and clearly. Gioma, I love you. Meanwhile, outside, someone was leaning against the wall, groaning. A rainbow-like mist was spraying out. I somehow survived that situation. The blessing of the sword saint effect had finally worn off. That person was none other than Kong Gioma. He wiped his mouth, panting. I lasted 5 seconds over the 9-second limit. And now, this is the consequence. The next moment, another wave of nausea hit him. He immediately clamped his mouth shut. Again? I'm gonna throw up my whole dinner at this rate. A while later, Kong Gioma sat slumped on a public bench, his face exhausted, leaning back against the seat. He let out a heavy sigh. I threw up my entire dinner. Now I'm starving. He groaned in frustration. Chloe? He tilted his head back and gazed at the bright full moon in the distance. What is this? Normally, the goal of swordsmanship is to take an enemy's life in a single strike or to annihilate them completely. However, the sword Chloe wielded only aimed for lethal points. It was almost as if it specialized in assassination. If she had really intended to kill me, my head would have been gone for sure. I felt my life was in danger, so I aimed for the back of her neck. Luckily, my knife was too short, so I only ended up cutting her hair. Even just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. I cleaned up a bit, so there shouldn't be anything left behind. Everything seems stable, safe, and secure. Surviving isn't easy. They say becoming ordinary is the hardest thing of all. But this is even worse. At first, I was thrown into this damn game because I wasn't lacking in ambition. For someone like me, who once stood at the peak with just a sashimi knife in hand, giving up on a man's romance isn't exactly an easy choice. Still, everyone has their own role to play. The blessing of miracles. Neon lights shimmered around him, accompanied by softly drifting feathers. That was the name of the game. And the unique blessing of the protagonist in this world. The one I have yet to encounter. Along with the blessing of courage, Balo Wa Ken. I remember, there are only 2 legendary blessings in this game. Their purpose is simple. Protect the world from the Demon King. And the protagonist is chosen by both the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword. Meanwhile, me? I can only use a sashimi knife. Do I really need to explain further? Kong Gioma quickly pressed both hands against his face, trying to collect himself. Focus. Ever since joining the academy, the constant clashes, unexpected encounters, and strange numbers floating around had made him forget his goal. I hesitated for a few reasons, but now I finally remember. Is there even a single normal person in this world? I understand a little about the importance of the characters in the game, but my knowledge of this world is still lacking. It has been more than a week since I joined the academy. According to the storyline, this is the moment when the protagonist has just manifested their divine blessing and is now late for the initiation ceremony. They are completing their enrollment, which means the game's story is now officially beginning. I know the main storyline but not the ending. Could it be that I regret not reading it all? Of course, having a clear understanding of the main plot is an advantage. No matter what happens, I should follow the main storyline. To the left of the main path lies a peaceful life. To the right, a hidden route. Will I become a king? A first-class swordsman? If things descend into chaos, valuable people will be forgotten. If I remember correctly, the story takes a darker turn starting from the second semester of the third year. Sensing the birth of a hero, the demon race will unite under the leadership of the Demon King and threaten the academy. The scale of events will grow larger. And eventually, an all-out war between demons and humanity will break out. Furthermore, the game's story follows a typical fantasy narrative. But what is happening? Why has the storyline suddenly changed? I am someone who wasted my youth, never truly experiencing my teenage years. Why is everyone dying? There is no hope at all. I was so familiar with the characters. And with that thought, I deleted the game. What could be more relaxing than knowing that the terrible war was only happening in a virtual world? But now, in this reality, war is inevitable. Will I die on the battlefield? No. Kong Geoma quickly regains his composure. There are still about 3 years left. Now, I need a more practical goal. I am not someone who runs away. I cannot afford to die so easily. I must become stronger and survive. Most game stories have happy endings. And it seems that this world is also saved by the protagonist. Therefore, I must train to survive without drawing too much attention. If I stand out too much, there's a risk that I'll be drafted into the army and forced to fight against the demon forces. That is something I must avoid. I also have to be careful when using the martial god's blessing. The blessing prevents pain, but since there is no other choice, I picked up the sashimi knife. However, the burden on my body is far too great. At that moment, the system panel appeared, displaying the message, "Painless blessing. If you do this, you will suffer the consequences." Physical strength. 2. Swordsmanship standards, not strict. Mental strength. 3. Creates an intimidating atmosphere while working and acting. Weapon rank. 1. After reading, Kong Geoma evaluated the stats. They were quite impressive. But there was a lot of new information. He placed his hand on his chin, calculating the relationship between physical strength, mental power, and weapons. If you do this, you will suffer the consequences? His eyes returned to the stats. Physical strength. 2. Swordsmanship standards, not strict. Mental strength. 3. It seemed like these numbers indicated rank. And this, synchronization rate. 1.5%? What is this? Curious. Kong Geoma clicked on the screen. Instantly, a red warning message popped up. System access is restricted due to insufficient conditions. What? Kong Geoma was shocked. But now, that wasn't important. He needed to think ahead. Another mystery added to my abilities. The most crucial thing now was physical training, and he needed a new weapon. He couldn't keep relying on the martial god's blessing for just 30 seconds. He also had to practice swordsmanship since he didn't meet the conditions for the sword god's blessing. Fortunately, next month, there would be a combat training session replacing the midterm exam. The reward for this training was a B-rank Murasama. If he could master it, it might be enough for graduation. Though its traits weren't sufficient to activate the sword god's blessing, it would still serve well as a secondary weapon. There was more to do than he had anticipated. As Kong Geoma was deep in thought, a sudden voice called out, "Hey, Kong Geoma." His sharp eyes lifted. A girl with green hair appeared before him. The one who had just arrived was Abel von Nibling. She was holding a sword in her hand, looking down at him. "That's my seat," she said. Kong Geoma remained silent, puzzled. Abel von Nibling was covered in sweat, shaking her shirt as if she were unbearably hot. She looked down, waiting. Kong Geoma froze for 5 seconds before looking up. The two of them sat in complete silence, simply staring at each other. After a while, Abel lost her patience. "Can you move a little?" she asked. Kong Geoma let out an "oh," and internally broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, Abel. No matter how closely he looked, there was something surreal about her. Had he just accidentally glared at her? Abel spoke up again. "I'm not asking you to leave. Just move over a little." Now, the two of them were sitting together. Kong Geoma cautiously glanced at the person beside him. But wasn't this her seat? Or was this chair public property? Was it because of the class system? Yeah, that must be it. If he stayed close to the protagonist, the main storyline would only get more complicated. If he wanted to avoid trouble, he needed to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Abel was still fanning herself, trying to cool down. Damn it, she's too beautiful. Kong Geoma felt his face heat up. Damn it, she's really beautiful. At that moment, Abel suddenly lifted her head and smiled as she gazed at the sky. This is the best place to see the stars. Kong Jioma. Her sudden words startled him. Damn it, that scared me. His expression twisted as if he had choked on a fishbone. But then, he turned to look at the beautiful girl admiring the moon. Is this really Abel, the granddaughter of the sword saint I know? In stories, the main heroine was always a distant, hard-to-approach figure. Suddenly, Abel turned to him. Your weapon is a sword too, right? Kong Jioma hesitated. How did you know? She blushed slightly and lowered her head. My grandfather told me. He said swordsmen have a different kind of gaze. Kong Jioma's face also reddened. Then, Abel handed her sword to him. Here, try holding it, she said with a bright smile. Kong Jioma broke into a nervous sweat. It doesn't look that heavy. Abel, hearing him downplay the weight of her sword, she puffed up her cheeks in an adorable pout. Kong Jioma stiffened. Her whole body is sulking? He sneaked another glance at her. She's hard to figure out. Is this really the same Abel I know? Abel lowered her head in silence before suddenly speaking again. You. Abel turned to him and asked. You know who I am, right? Is she asking because she suspects me? Kong Jioma stared at her in surprise. Of course, at this academy, there was no one who didn't know Abel. Still, he reluctantly replied, I do. But then Abel von Nibling responded. But I don't know you. Kong Jioma was at a loss for words. Then why ask me in the first place? Abel laughed. Yeah, that does sound a bit off. Doesn't it? You know my name, but I don't know yours. Kong Jioma replied. We only just met. Do we really need to introduce ourselves? That's true, she admitted. Honestly, I thought you were a spy for the Demon King, pretending to be an academy student. Hearing this, Kong Jioma felt utterly speechless. Abel, meanwhile, casually held her sword. What kind of ridiculous reasoning is that? Kong Jioma sighed and asked. Then why are you here? Abel replied. I just finished training and decided to rest for a bit. I was training too, Kong Jioma added. She pointed at him, looking surprised. You were? Training what? Kong Jioma casually responded. Breathing. Abel froze for 5 seconds. Huh? Kong Jioma glanced at her fingers and noticed the scars on her hands. Those wounds. The moment Abel noticed his gaze on her hands, she panicked and quickly hid them inside her sleeves. Kong Jioma could only watch her awkward reaction in silence. An uneasy quiet settled between them. Then, breaking the silence, she muttered, You're really diligent. People on the outside wouldn't understand. She continued, being a Nibling heir, the pressure it comes with. Abel began sharing her struggles. I always have to be the top student in the academy. Even the slightest mistake results in punishment. But this year, I didn't come in first. In fact, this is my first failure. She paused, then looked at Kong Jioma. But you know what? Her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly pink. And she smiled. Even though I failed, I actually feel relieved. I'm really curious about who defeated me in the academy this year. That way, when I meet them, I can. Kong Jioma was now extremely tense. Even swallowing felt impossible. Defeat him and avenge this humiliation? Hearing those words, he nearly choked. Turning to Abel, he hurriedly asked, Why do you need to do that? Abel von Nibling, clearly frustrated, snapped, Because I can't accept this. I heard from my grandfather that the top student this year didn't come from the elite class like us. Not only that, he didn't even bother taking the oath. As the one ranked second. That just makes me even more frustrated. She let out a deep sigh. Why am I even telling you all this? I barely even know you. Kong Jioma glanced at her. Yeah, why are you telling me this? Abel pouted slightly. Because, well, you look weak. My family always taught me that we must be strict with the strong and compassionate with the weak. And besides, I have a hard time fitting in with my class. I don't have any friends. For the nth time, Kong Jioma was left speechless by her reasoning. So that's why she seems so distant. She just doesn't know how to get along with people. After a while, Abel stretched and said, All right, I'm heading out. Kong Jioma simply responded, Goodbye. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly hesitated. Standing up, she turned back to him and asked, Wait, you're not going to tell me your name? Kong Jioma answered without hesitation. I don't want to. What? She looked at him in disbelief. Scene transition. Lecture hall. Life at the academy turned out to be much simpler than I had expected. Meanwhile, Chloe had already adapted quickly and made friends. I, on the other hand, felt uneasy whenever I was near Chloe. I avoided interacting with her altogether. Whenever our eyes met, her new friends would glare at me coldly. But I was used to that kind of look. It didn't really bother me anymore. And I wasn't the only special admission student here. There were many others like me. But they all kept their distance from the rest of the students. They seemed to carry a certain insecurity. Much like I did. I had been right to avoid choosing the advanced class. Now, the Stellar and Dragon classes were forming their own factions, constantly competing against each other. Even if I wanted to fit in, it would be impossible. Becoming part of them would be a disaster for me. Just thinking about it sent shivers down my spine. At least, for now, I had managed to sort out my meals. Kong Jioma held a black card in his hand, humming as he pondered, what should I eat today? He recalled the moment when Media Pozan handed him the card, smiling as he said, it would have been better if this privilege had been given earlier. Sorry for the delay. A glowing card, an anti-member cut pass, was now in Kong Jioma's hand. He couldn't help but sigh. This kind of favor, I'll never be able to repay. A sudden realization struck him. Closing his eyes, he focused and muttered, thank you. At least I'm fulfilling my duty as a student. I haven't done anything to disrupt the storyline. That's good. If I can keep this up, living like this for 3 years won't be a problem. As he calculated his next steps, a thrilled smile formed on his face. If I stay on this path, I'll have a bright future ahead. Scene transition. The view shifted to a grand medieval architectural landscape beneath a vast blue sky. 700 years ago, after the Great War between humans and demons, a lecturer was teaching about the heroes of the past. Hwa Kin realized the necessity of training future heroes. So, along with his 7 disciples, he founded this academy. This is an important detail, so make sure to remember it. Kong Jioma, seated at the top row, found himself drowsy. Who doesn't already know that? The depiction of the legendary hero Valo Queen appeared vividly on the board. And then, there was the Demon King's formidable right hand, Lacan, the commander of the Vanguard Legion. For 2 years, they waged brutal, blood-soaked battles. Fierce clashes filled the air as 2 opposing forces fought relentlessly. Eventually, Valo Queen emerged victorious. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, obscuring everything from sight. However, he paid a steep price, losing an arm, making it impossible for him to fight any longer. Across the 4 corners of the world, battles raged on, yet neither side could claim absolute victory. The human-demon war remained at a stalemate. Fortunately, both factions agreed to a truce. It was a fortunate outcome for both races. Following the peace agreement, the hero Valo Hwa Kin established this academy to train the next generation of heroes. The lecturer continued, the first human-demon war ended with a truce. Thanks to that, we have enjoyed 700 years of peace. A group of students whispered among themselves. But will war break out again? Unlikely. Both sides already know each other's strength. So a large-scale conflict would be difficult. 700 years of peace. Kong Jioma thought to himself. Only he knew, the war between the 2 sides would inevitably happen. What will happen when people have grown too accustomed to this peace? He wanted to tell media about it. But revealing this could lead to unpredictable consequences, something beyond calculation. Even though she often talked about stepping down as headmaster, she had done an excellent job so far. He recalled the time she jokingly said to him, why don't we just leave this place and live peacefully somewhere else? Media, with her poet's blessing ability, could perceive changes in the story. And in the coming war, she would be the first to step forward to protect the students. Even though Kong Jioma hadn't yet witnessed that moment, one day, while browsing the Academy's forum, he saw a tragic image. Media Pozan, covered in wounds. The image depicted her as the first among the 7 heroes to fall at the hands of the Demon King's Legion. A faint clicking sound echoed. Someone was scrolling through the news with their mouse. A devastated voice murmured, she's gone, back to the present. Kong Jioma remained silent. The cheerful and lively image of Media Pozan flashed through his mind. If only I didn't know about this. At that moment, the lecturer wrapped up the lesson. That's all for today. Make sure to review the material. As soon as class was dismissed, students eagerly rushed outside, sighing in relief. Finally, a break. That lesson was exhausting. Just then, a red-haired boy hurriedly ran up, calling out, Theo, my friend, let me come with you. Kong Jioma turned to look at Theo in surprise. What's going on? Why is he so flustered? That voice, it made him freeze. May 5th. Kong Jioma quickly pulled out his phone. The date, today is May 5th. At the entrance, a crowd of students had gathered, whispering among themselves. Is he joining our class? He must be in the elite class. Kong Jioma stood behind them, lost in thought. If I remember correctly, May 5th is the day he enrolls. His expression grew tense. The protagonist, the rightful ruler of this continent. A blonde-haired man walked in at that moment like a movie star. Golden hair, blue eyes, and a cold demeanor, he was Leon van Reinhardt. And from this moment on, the peace between the 700 human spirits began to crack. Even the once solid walls now showed signs of fractures. That bastard looked exactly like the protagonist of a story. On top of that, he was always surrounded by a group of girls. If this were an 18-plus game, Kong Jioma, looking exasperated, was already exhausted just thinking about it. At this rate, he would die from overwork before even fighting the Demon King. And then there was the group of female characters trailing after him. Rachel de Mayura, granddaughter of the holy merchant Sake Ryo. Abel von Nibling's daughter from the Divine Bow clan. The granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Abel von Nibling. Every single one of them was exceptional. Though Kong Jioma found him somewhat annoying, he had to admit, that guy was undoubtedly blessed with the luck of a protagonist. A mysterious, miraculous blessing. But soon, in just 3 years, he would be drafted into the military. Calling it a draft sounded nice. But in reality, Kong Jioma knew there would be no way to avoid it. It was forced enlistment. Now that he thought about it, he had heard rumors that even Veloikin could only fight on par with the Demon King's core commanders. Just how powerful was the Demon King himself? Would this story end in game over? Would the protagonist be doomed to failure? Leon van Reinhardt was still happily chatting with his group of fanatical admirers. Then, suddenly, he turned around, his burning gaze locked onto Kong Jioma. Kong Jioma had no time to look away. Caught off guard, he panicked as their eyes met. But instead of hostility, Leon gave him a friendly smile. A smile with a hint of something sly. Seeing that, Kong Jioma felt a strange sense of unease. Perhaps it was that so-called miraculous blessing at work. The students around them chased after Leon like frenzied fans. Kong Jioma remained where he was, observing. Since Leon was the protagonist, he would surely pull off something incredible. Yet, looking at him now, he seemed anything but reliable. No, there was no point in thinking about that now. The present was what mattered. Just as he was lost in thought, a loud voice suddenly called out to him. Startled, Kong Jioma quickly turned around. As the scene transitions to the training ground, the sky has already darkened. Inside, Kong Jioma is practicing, swinging his sword up and down. After a while, he looks down at his hands and thinks, HMPH, that's right, when you're not the protagonist, you don't have that special aura. Determined, he resolves to train even harder. At that moment, a voice calls out to him. The one calling him, Cluey, approaches cautiously and asks, Did I do something wrong? Kong Jioma stiffens slightly, thinking, wrong? Not really, just came close to losing my life. That's all. But in the end, he smiles and replies, No, it's nothing. Still unconvinced, Cluey asks again, Really? To reassure her, he simply nods. This academy is full of monsters. It's best to just focus on surviving. Hearing his response, Cluey sighs in relief. That's a relief. Kong Jioma watches her, confused. What is she thinking? Even though she was unconscious back then, he could still feel something from her sword, an overwhelming sadness. Almost as if it was calling for someone to save it. But at the same time, it exuded a terrifying killing intent that made anyone facing it shudder in fear. If she ever had the thought of killing someone, just how dangerous would she become? Just then, Cluey speaks again. Hey, Jioma, if you're not busy, would you like to have dinner with me? He is taken aback. Huh? She hesitates slightly and then adds, I really want to invite you. But, I'm not very good at cooking. At that, Kong Jioma pales as he recalls the last meal she prepared. Dinner? Cluey looks at him with hopeful eyes. Her gaze filled with expectation, making it hard for him to refuse. Sweat forming on his forehead. He thinks, if I reject her, I'll feel bad, but if I accept, I'll be terrified of what's to come. Then suddenly, an idea strikes him. Cluey, can I ask you for a favor? Cluey brightens up, seemingly happy that he is asking for her help. A favor? Do you need something? Kong Jioma smiles and nods. Yes, and I think you're the only one who can help me. Her face turns slightly red as she asks, Just me? What is it? Scratching the back of his head, he grins and says, Teach me swordsmanship. Haha, my swordsmanship is still lacking. I need someone to guide me. And I have to become stronger as soon as possible. She's the perfect teacher for me. Ever since that day, before going to bed, he has been reviewing ways to deal with yanderes. Watching those videos has been incredibly helpful. A little while later, Chloe appeared in an adorable outfit, her sword hanging at her waist. Every time she looked at Kong Geoma, heart symbols seemed to float around her. Geo Matilda, she called out affectionately. Huh? When did you get here? I was waiting over there for you. Seeing her arrive, Kong Geoma responded. Oh, you're here? I just got here too. Only waited a little bit. By now, Chloe seemed much more comfortable talking to him, smiling brightly and full of energy. Alright, let's get started. Geoma asked. Wait, what time is it now? It's almost 7, she replied. He frowned. Huh? But we agreed to start at 8. Hearing that, Chloe scratched her head and let out an awkward yet adorable laugh. Geoma took a moment to observe her closely. Feeling his gaze, Chloe became self-conscious, looking down at her outfit before asking, do I look weird or something? He quickly replied, no, it's nothing, but in his mind, he had already made an assessment. That outfit, it's kind of unusual. But looking at her, her body is incredibly well trained. She must have gone through intense training to be this strong. Still, she really is cute. What a strange girl. Shaking off his thoughts, Kong Geoma pulled out a wooden sword and handed it to her. Here, take this wooden sword. Chloe took it and looked at him in surprise. Huh? We're not using real swords? Geoma sighed inwardly. Using real swords? That'd be a literal fight to the death. Are you serious? Seeing her puzzled expression, he forced a smile and explained. This is just practice. A wooden sword is safer. Got it? Chloe scratched her head again and chuckled foolishly. Ah, I see. But suddenly, her smile took on a dangerously sharp edge, sending shivers down his spine. You're really kind, Geo Matilda, she said in an unsettlingly sweet tone. Ha. Then, without warning, she casually swung the wooden sword. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind erupted from the movement, lifting dust off the ground. Sweat poured down Kong Geoma's face. Not good, even with a wooden sword. She's still way too dangerous for me. He gulped, recalling the image of a watermelon being smashed to bits by a wooden sword. I just have to survive this, somehow. At that moment, the system interface appeared. Blessing of the sword god. If the target is struck, it will suffer immense damage. The effectiveness of skills will increase at a higher level. Strength and agility growth allow the use of various swords based on proficiency. The higher the spirit, the more precise the sword strikes become. Skill levels will increase with continuous training. Current sword proficiency, 2%. The blessing will grow stronger if the user finds a sword that truly resonates with them. After reading through the information, Kong Geoma felt somewhat reassured. Alright, looks like everything's in order. Let's confirm it. The sword itself is fine. And my body is in its best condition for now. This blessing comes with so many conditions. It seemed that depending on proficiency, he could unlock various additional effects. There were also numerous sub-factors involved. I need to fulfill these requirements to enhance and upgrade my skills. This won't be easy. With so many things running through his mind, he found himself overwhelmed. Seeing him standing frozen in place, Chloe called out to him. Hey, is something wrong? She asked, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Kong Geoma snapped back to reality. No, it's nothing. Inwardly, he sighed. I got too focused on the system interface and forgot she was here. She probably thinks I froze up from fear. Clearing his throat, he gave her a small warning. Alright, this is my first time training like this. So, go easy on me. Okay? Chloe grinned. Got it. With that, Kong Geoma raised his wooden sword. Alright then, let's begin. The two of them stood face to face, preparing for the training session. Back in my previous life, I had plenty of experience in real combat. No amount of theory can compare to hands-on practice. Step by step, I'll build up my experience again. If I want to return to the top, I'll have to work hard. This body needs to be completely reforged. At that moment, an aura began to radiate from the wooden sword. I need to quickly adapt to this academy and my new environment. Even Chloe, as she assumed her battle stance, emitted a powerful energy. Her expression was serious, completely different from her usual demeanor. This is the first step I need to take. Kong Geoma closed his eyes for a brief moment, steadying himself. Then, opening them again, he gripped his sword properly. His footwork adjusted instinctively, each step measured and precise, ready to unleash a swift and accurate strike. Chloe gripped her sword, infused with her power, and lunged forward. Kong Jioma could only stand there. Startled, he held his sword, waiting for her attack, but in the blink of an eye, the tip of Chloe's sword was already right in front of him, causing him to panic. She was too fast. Chloe didn't stop her strike. Kong Jioma gritted his teeth and threw his head back to evade. Not good. He was scared. He still couldn't keep up with this pace. At that moment, Chloe flipped her wooden sword down, then swiftly caught it with her other hand. Her expression remained just as serious. And then, another slash came. Chloe swung her sword, while Kong Jioma gripped his wooden weapon tightly, preparing to counter. But now, his hands, still holding the sword, had started to tremble. His arms felt numb. Luckily, he had blocked that attack. Now it was time to counterattack. But just then, Chloe suddenly leapt into the air. Kong Jioma was completely caught off guard. What? She jumped up? To strike from above? He was in a tight spot now. Standing below, it would be difficult to block. Even so, he mustered all his strength and swung his sword, hoping she would go easy on him this time. Their wooden swords clashed directly. Chloe pressed down from above, while Kong Jioma struggled to hold his ground from below. Suddenly, cracks began forming on his wooden sword. With a sharp crack, his feet were pushed backward. The relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. Chloe kept attacking, while Kong Jioma could do nothing but defend in panic. Too fast, too strong. If he lost focus even for a second, it would be over. He was already at his limit after being continuously pushed back. He could barely hold on anymore. There wasn't even a single opening to counterattack. Just then, a wooden fragment snapped and fell to the ground. Kong Jioma's sword had been broken in half by Chloe's power. Both of them stared in shock at the broken piece. Chloe suddenly looked uneasy and muttered, "I'm sorry, I meant to go easy on you. But I got carried away." Kong Jioma stood there, motionless. Chloe gazed at him in concern. "Jio, are you okay?" Her expression grew more serious by the second. At that moment, his status screen appeared. Weapon upgrade condition fulfilled. Weapon has been destroyed. Due to this, the user's personality has shifted. Humanity decreased. Strength increased. Blessing of the Sword God activated. Kong Jioma seemed to be affected by something. His expression turned rigid. The condition for equipping a new weapon had been met. At that moment, after undergoing his transformation and unleashing his newfound power, Chloe instinctively leapt backward, putting distance between them. His weapon had been destroyed. An error had occurred. Chloe's face was filled with confusion. Suppressing measure activated to adjust the user's humanity. Humanity has decreased. Kong Jioma remained standing, gripping the broken, jagged wooden sword. His eyes sharpened, and a blood-red aura engulfed the surroundings. The blessing of the Sword God had awakened. Then, another vision appeared. Someone stood within a golden beam of light. Where is this? A kitchen? Am I dreaming? Before him lay a clean, neatly arranged kitchen. Yes, this was real. I'm preparing fish. Alright, let's focus on the task. A fish was already placed on the cutting board. A set of 3 knives appeared before him. It's been a while since I used these knives. Let's see how it goes. He picked up the large knife. Error. Huh? What's going on? He couldn't select it. Next, he reached for the long knife, shaped almost like a sword. Again, error flashed before him, leaving him bewildered. Then I'll use the small one. No. That won't work either? Keep selecting. Only the small sashimi knife remained. As soon as he picked it up, strange words appeared. Ia iopakai pai sonya. The grip felt unfamiliar at first. Why does this feel off? Then, in an instant, a wave of familiarity washed over him. No, this feels right. Like I've been using this knife forever. Yes, that's it. Get to work. Cut precisely. Suddenly, the chef's hands were guided by unseen forces. Like a puppet on strings. We shall create a masterpiece. Back in reality, Kong Jioma's killing intent surged. It was as if something had taken control of him. Chloe, still in shock, called out to him with concern. Are you okay, Kong Jioma? But he didn't respond. Instead, he walked forward, through the swirling black mist. Then, abruptly, he turned back, leaving Chloe even more confused. And suddenly, a burst of power erupted. Like a streak of lightning, it shot forward at an incredible speed. Kong Jioma had completely lost awareness. His glowing eyes locked onto Cluey as he lunged forward to attack. Cluey, caught off guard, barely managed to defend herself. Still in shock, she desperately tried to wake him up. Say something. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Her footing was shattered as she was forcefully knocked back. Before she could react, Kong Jioma dashed toward her again, generating an intense burst of light. Then, dropping to one knee, he unleashed a powerful force, sending Cluey flying backward. She couldn't maintain her balance. Her body crashed violently into the wall. A sharp pain shot through her, and blood spilled from her lips. Clenching her teeth, Cluey thought, he's like a completely different person. Kong Jioma didn't stop. He launched another attack. Cluey steadied herself on the ground, bracing for impact. Kong Jioma's glowing eyes blazed like a war god as he charged once more. Planting one end of her wooden sword into the ground, she tried to hold her position. But the force was too overwhelming. Her entire body trembled as pain shot through her chest. I'm injured. I can barely move. What's wrong with him? Her mind raced. This match, it has to stop. She called out again. Jioma, stop. But he no longer heard her. He leapt, his arm reaching toward her. Cluey stood frozen, helpless. I can't dodge this in time. Jioma, she shouted his name, pleading. Wake up. Kong Jioma, snap out of it. But the fierce strike still came crashing down. She had no way to evade it. And then, inside that strange space, Kong Jioma suddenly opened his eyes. What is this? Why does this fish keep dodging? Again, it slipped past his blade. What the hell? This is ridiculous. The unseen force controlling him tightened its grip. No, I need to focus. Just cut it already. But, did he just hear something? Is the fish talking? An illusion? On the cutting board, the fish seemed to murmur strange words. His eyes narrowed as a voice echoed. Kong Jioma, wake up. Then, reflected on the sharp edge of the knife, he saw his own face. Not here. In reality. That's right. At that moment, someone called his name once more. The crimson strings that had been manipulating Kong Jioma were severed. He stood there, now wearing his uniform, gripping the sashimi knife as he faced the fish. His gaze became solemn as he looked down. And then, an image of Cluey struggling appeared before him. She kept calling out, Jioma, wake up. The vision gradually faded, and suddenly, a wooden sword was lodged deep into the wall. Looking dangerously lethal, Kong Jioma had barely managed to divert his weapon at the last moment. Cluey, already wounded in multiple places, raised her trembling hands to shield her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a sight that left her stunned. Kong Jioma, exhausted, was holding her by the waist, keeping her steady. With a weak smile, he spoke. Let's end today's training here. Cluey finally exhaled in relief. So, he's back to normal? Kong Jioma forced a small grin and waved. Thanks for sparring with me. I'll head back to my room first. Cluey could only stand there, dazed, watching his retreating figure. By then, the sky outside had already turned pitch black. As she walked alone, deep in thought, she murmured, I really felt something different about him today. Her mind replayed the scene. Kong Jioma had unleashed an overwhelming killing intent. His attacks were beyond anything she could handle. That wasn't just combat skill. It was something primal, instinctual, something that awakened under certain conditions. She clenched her fists. I could never stand against him in that state. Even with just a wooden sword, he had completely overpowered her. Yet, she also knew, he never intended to hurt me. Then, a shadow shifted in the darkness. A voice called out as she approached. You look happy. Cluey's expression instantly hardened at the sound of that voice. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a second-year student from Class Fam. CNOK auditor. He leaned against the wall, half hidden, watching her. Despite her irritation, Cluey still acknowledged him. Brother. CNOK auditor casually pulled at his collar, adjusting it as if trying to maintain some mysterious air. Then, in a mocking tone, he sneered. How could you associate with such a weakling? Cluey immediately shot back, her voice sharp. Don't call him that. CNOK raised an eyebrow. Oh? His name's Jioma, huh? His voice turned cold. If you keep clinging to him, the auditor family will have no choice but to eliminate him. Do you understand? Cluey simply stared at him, silent and unflinching. There was not a trace of fear in her expression. After a moment, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then walked past him. Only then did she finally speak. No matter how powerful the auditor family is, there's no guarantee they could defeat him. With that, she disappeared into the distance, leaving CNOK auditor standing there, watching her go. His curiosity stirred. What's so special about that guy? Meanwhile, Kong Jioma was still deep in thought. There was something he needed to clarify. The power I unleashed, was it truly a blessing from the gods? Or was it a curse, turning me into nothing more than a bloodthirsty killer? He clenched his fists. If I want to free myself from the gods' so-called blessings, I need a new weapon, something that truly fits me. But the power he had felt, the surge that had overtaken him, it wasn't just an ability. It wanted control. Unlike the constraints of divine blessings, this force didn't restrict him. It was freedom. It was pure, unfiltered desire, a relentless hunger for bloodshed. When he fell into that unconscious state, the curse took hold. Whispers had echoed in his soul, urging him to cut down anything in his path. Stronger, kill more, destroy everything. But he refused to let it take over. When he was about to strike, Chloe's voice had broken through. Her desperate cry had reignited his humanity. And in that instant, he realized he had crossed the line. The name Kong Jioma had bound him, reconnected his fractured soul. Everything had clicked. The sword in his hand had steadied. But if he had continued to kill without reason, lost in that void, he would have descended into madness, obliterating his own sense of self. Chloe, she was the one who had pulled him back to reality. She had given him something to hold on to, brought his human consciousness back from the abyss. It was ironic. She had been the one to break his wooden sword, triggering his dark awakening. And yet, she was also the one who saved him from it. The thought irritated him, but at the same time, he was grateful. He owed her for that. That's all there was to it. Of course, he still hadn't fully controlled his condition. He had no idea when the curse might consume him again, which meant he needed to return to his room. He needed time to reflect, to find a way to fight back against this darkness. Next time, who will be there to wake me up? The blessing of the sword god. A powerful skill, but one that comes at the cost of its wielder's lifespan. In this strange world, everything operates under such cruel laws. This power belongs to me now. I cannot remove it, which means I must learn to live with it in the future. I can't just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. Here, all I wanted was a peaceful and quiet life. But that doesn't seem so simple anymore. So far, the dangers have been minor, but none of them have been completely resolved. Kong Jioma trudged up the stairs. His vacant eyes drifted toward the sky. Only now was he starting to realize something inside him was slowly consuming his rationality, dragging him deeper into madness, turning him into a beast of destruction. This wasn't a blessing. It was a curse. It only wanted to take over his body. A formidable technique, yes, but one he needed to use with extreme caution. 3 days later, inside the classroom, students sat properly at their desks, chatting amongst themselves. A purple-haired boy sitting next to Chloe grinned as he turned toward her. You should rewatch it. Yesterday was seriously amazing. Chloe replied with a nod. All right, I will. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the empty desk beside her. She thought to herself, after that day, Kong Jioma hasn't shown up for 3 days. She fell into a moment of quiet reflection. And now, I don't even know how to contact him. How stupid of me. Why didn't I ask before? Memories resurfaced. She had gone to look for him. She had even visited his dormitory. But all she heard were faint groans of pain. When she peeked through the small gap in the door, she only saw a room in complete disarray. At the time, she had wanted to push the door open, but she hesitated, afraid he would be angry. So instead, she left. Now, she stared at Jioma's empty seat. A flood of emotions washed over her as she recalled his face. I like watching him when he's deep in thought. She blushed slightly at the realization. I don't even know how many times I've secretly looked at him. But I'm afraid he'll think I'm annoying. That's why she always hesitated to talk to him. The memories continued to resurface. At first, she thought she was simply drawn to him, because he had jumped in to protect her. But now, she wasn't so sure if that was the real reason. Chloe unconsciously blurted out, I want to meet him. Another day passed just like that. The next day at the academy. As soon as Li Wanbin entered the classroom, he shouted, silence, quiet down. His voice was filled with anger as he glared at the students. Students of such a prestigious school, how can you be so loud with each other? he scolded. Since it's raining today, we'll stay in the self-study room. His eyes scanned the room sternly. Then he thought to himself, Gioma still isn't here today. If he's absent, there must be a reason. Trusting and waiting for one's students, that is what a teacher should do. With a serious expression, Li Wanbin instructed, stay quiet, everyone. The entire class responded in unison. Yes, sir. With a threatening look, he warned, anyone who dares leave the classroom during self-study will answer to me. Just then, he suddenly froze. Huh? A figure appeared at the top of the stairs and calmly walked down. It was Kong Gioma. Expressionless, he made his way to his seat. Cluey, stunned, sprang up and called out loudly, Kong Gioma. Gioma looked straight at Li Wanbin and said, I apologize for being late. Sir. Li Wanbin, flustered and sweating, replied, all right, take your seat. The students started whispering among themselves. What's up with him today? He doesn't seem like his usual self. Yeah, he looks more composed than before. All eyes turned toward Kong Gioma. The students seemed to be listening attentively to the lecture. But Gioma sat in silence, staring into nothingness. After class ended, everyone began leaving, chatting and laughing as they went. Let's eat. I'm starving. Didn't we just have a little snack? How are you hungry already? Cluey hesitated before calling out, her voice trembling. Gioma, surprised, turned to her. What is it, Cluey? She looked up, furrowing her brows. Is something wrong? Gioma paused before answering. It's nothing. Cluey pressed on. Really? You haven't been to class for days. I was wondering if it was because of that duel. Hearing this, Gioma fell silent for a moment. Then, he turned to her and explained. I was just a little sick. Thanks for worrying about me. Cluey widened her eyes in surprise. Then, looking away shyly, she murmured, as long as you're okay. Then, Gioma thought to himself, she still seems doubtful of what I said. Well, that's understandable. Then, he drifted into his thoughts. For the past 3 days, he had been tormented to the point where his spirit was nearly drained. It was as if he had lost all hope. He recalled those dark moments, locking himself in his room, not eating or drinking anything, just lying on his bed, lost in endless thoughts, fearing and praying for everything to pass. That was the price he paid for using his power with a damaged weapon. The suffering he endured far surpassed any pain he had experienced before. But that wasn't the strangest part. His face had become noticeably colder, and a portion of his hair had turned silver. Clearly, this was a transformation, a punishment from some kind of curse. One he could not escape. Returning to the present, Gioma remained silent, deep in thought. She seems to feel guilty. We last trained together. Maybe she blames herself for my condition over the past 3 days. I should do something to ease her mind. With that thought, he finally spoke up. You invited me to eat last time. Let's go today. Cluey's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Are you serious? You're really asking me to eat together? Gioma nodded. Yes, but you have to cook. Cluey jumped up in excitement, cheering loudly. Of course, I'll make so much food. Seeing her reaction, Gioma smiled to himself. She seems less tense now. Cluey beamed. All right then, Gioma, I'll cook all your favorite dishes today. What do you like to eat? Gioma pondered for a moment. It's been a while since I last had fish. The last time I ate it was at your dorm. He continued, but I ended up throwing it up. A shame. Really, it was expensive. Haven't had the chance to enjoy it again since. Suddenly, a red laser beam flashed past Gioma's neck. He glanced sideways, his mind alert. What was that? Turning around, he saw Cluey looking just as surprised. CNOK Auditor was leaning against the wall. His glowing eyes locked onto them, his hand stroking his chin. Cluey, stunned, nearly fell backward in shock. Gioma noticed her reaction and asked, Do you know him? Then, narrowing his eyes, he stared at the man. A tense silence fell over the room. The two men locked eyes, both unyielding, their gazes piercing through the stillness. Gioma spoke up. Say something instead of just staring like that. CNOK Auditor's eyes glowed red. What's with that attitude? Gioma wondered. Suddenly, Cluey stepped in front of him, raising her voice. Gioma, don't mind him, she shouted. Then she turned to CNOK. Her voice firm. CNOK, I told you not to come here anymore. Gioma glanced at her, his thoughts racing. Brother? Cluey yelled again, her frustration clear. Why do you keep bothering me? She seems genuinely afraid of talking to him. Gioma noted. Nox's voice was low but sharp. So, you were willing to break the auditor family's rules just to stay by his side? Chloe snapped back, her temper flaring. The family has nothing to do with me. Nox's gaze darkened. Once you're part of the family, you can't deny it. Blood-stained hands can never be washed clean. Gioma silently observed. These two really are like fire and ice. The sister, bold and rebellious. The brother, cold and unyielding. No doubt they come from the same family. Nox's expression hardened as he issued a threat. Abandon that weakling and return to the family. His voice rose. Do you understand, Chloe? Chloe trembled with rage. Don't talk about Gioma like that, she roared. Both Gioma and Cnok were taken aback by her outburst. Gioma scanned the surroundings, sensing an overwhelming killing intent. Good thing everyone already left. This kind of situation, I'm used to it by now. Then, a realization struck him. The auditor family, I remember them now. They're assassins. Memories surfaced, he recalled their reputation. A family that carried out covert and deadly missions. In the game, they appeared around the mid-stage. They weren't known for direct combat prowess. But in the shadows, they were nearly invincible. Children of the family were trained as assassins from a young age. By adulthood, they possessed unparalleled speed and lethality. So, Chloe is from the auditor family. Gioma rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought as he analyzed the two siblings. No wonder she has such an unusual personality. And no doubt, she is an assassin who could take a life with ease. Her brother, on the other hand, looked like a true assassin. Within the auditor family, competition was fierce. Gioma glanced at Chloe, who was trembling beside him. No wonder family members treat each other this way. His eyes fell on the corner of her mouth, where a trace of blood was visible. Not good. She must have come here to escape the family. To live like an ordinary person. But just like the burden I carry, whether it's a blessing or a curse, being born into an assassin family isn't something she can simply walk away from. Her fate has already been determined. A machine built for killing. Devoid of emotion. How cruel. I'm no hero. I never wanted to be one. But after a moment of contemplation, he spoke up. What are you doing? He told himself. I can't save the world, but I can save this friend. Gioma extended his hand toward Chloe. Let me talk to him. This is something I can do for her. Something I want to do. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in his vision. Blessing activated. The gods will always be with you. Gioma let out a quiet sigh. A curse or a blessing. This is mine to bear. Hopefully, it will activate when I need it most. Looking at Cnok, he asked, your name is Cnok, right? Cnok remained motionless. Even if I try to run, I can never escape these chains. The blessing of the sword god is still something I need. Whether it's heaven or hell, I have to go through it. No matter how much suffering comes my way, I won't back down. Stepping forward, he made up his mind. If I can't run from it, I'll face it head on. I am Kong Gioma. Kong as in sword. Ma as in demon. As he passed by Cnok, he said firmly, follow me, let's talk, swordsman to swordsman. Meanwhile, at the faculty office, Li Wanbin sat in silence, lost in thought. Something's going on with Kong Gioma. His face today looked different. Just then, a female instructor entered the room with a cheerful voice. Senior, why do you look so worried today? She glanced at him playfully. You've been stressing so much. You're going bald. Her words cut through Li Wanben's train of thought, snapping him back to reality. Li Wanben's face scrunched up like a monkey's behind as he snapped. Don't talk about my head. The other instructor, startled, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Li Wanben turned to answer his ringing phone. The female instructor, Lu Lang, glanced at him and thought, so it's a wig, but honestly, he looks kind of cute like that. Suddenly, Li Wanben's voice boomed through the room. What? The combat space? What happened? His eyes widened as he listened to the response. A student signed up for battle? Who? The voice on the other end replied. Student Kong Gioma. His opponent is Cnok Auditor. Li Wanben was stunned. Wait, what? At that moment, in the arena, Gioma stood tall, gripping two gleaming daggers in his hands. The massive doors slowly creaked open. Hundreds of multicolored numbers, all reading 761, hovered in the air. A countdown timer began ticking. Sitting in the damage calculation room, Gioma pondered. So, 15 minutes until training in the auxiliary space. I thought the process would be more complicated, but it's actually quite simple. He recalled the words of sage Media Pozan. Gioma, if you're determined to go through with this, be careful. He sighed. Even though injuries here aren't real like in reality, they'll still take a toll on my mind. Still, he spoke aloud, as long as I win and avoid getting hurt, I'll be fine. Looking up through the observation window, he listened. The sounds of battle can even be heard from the waiting room? Watching other fights was certainly a great way to learn, but he hadn't expected these matches to be so intense. Not long ago, he had tried so hard to keep a low profile at the academy. Thinking back, that was such a joke. A useless effort. Beside him, Chloe stood with tears streaming down her face. Gioma, she called, her voice trembling. He observed her and thought, she must think this is her fault. But a battle against her own brother was inevitable. He smiled gently, trying to reassure her. This isn't your fault, Chloe. Holding up the bright dagger she had given him, he said with confidence, I have the weapon you gave me, so don't worry. A brief silence fell between them. Then, Chloe spoke hesitantly. My brother is really strong. Gioma responded, I've already fought against you before, so I have some understanding of your family's techniques. Chloe looked up and shouted, don't think that way. My brother is a genius, one of the greatest in the history of the auditor family. No one in this generation can match his skill with hidden weapons. He reached the level of a shadow assassin when he was just 14. Gioma sighed internally. A shadow assassin? Huh? That sounds dangerous. He glanced at the pink dagger in his hand and thought, no matter how I look at it, this is another battle I never wanted to fight. Whether I try to avoid it or not, this path has already been set before me. If that's the case, I'll fight with everything I have. He recalled his master's words. You were born to wield a blade for life. He smirked bitterly. Who would have thought, even in this life, I can't escape my fate of holding a knife, whether for sushi or for battle. At that moment, the tournament announcement rang out. Pairing for combat in the auxiliary space is now beginning. All registered students, prepare for battle. Gioma stood up. I'm heading in. Chloe froze in place, her face filled with worry. She lowered her head, clearly anxious. Gioma turned back and called. Chloe. Startled, she looked up. Huh? He smiled. No matter what era, there are always exceptional fighters. He gripped his dagger firmly. But right now, here in this moment, Chloe's eyes widened as she stared at him. Gioma walked off, calling back over his shoulder. I'm going to win this match. A small light flickered before him, growing larger and larger. As the doors to the arena opened, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright glow. Stepping into the battleground, he held a dagger in each hand. The crowd erupted with excitement. Hey, you better win. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. Gioma chuckled to himself, standing in the arena, hearing the cheers. It really does make me feel like a warrior. This is exhilarating. His eyes scanned the stands, and he smirked. Looks like the elite class is watching too. Everyone up there seems to be paying close attention. Abel von Niebling was staring down from the stands. Gioma took a deep breath, reassuring himself. A mix of excitement and anxiety, but I can do this. Suddenly, CNOK stormed into the arena, his voice roaring like thunder. You bastard, he bellowed. Are you messing with me? Gioma glanced at him in surprise. CNOK pointed an accusatory finger, his rage boiling over. You're beyond arrogant. You dare to face me, with a kitchen knife? You're dead. A powerful wave of killing intent surged toward Gioma, thick and suffocating. Gioma smirked. That's some insane bloodlust. I can barely breathe. Still, he looked at CNOK with amusement and said, You think a master like me needs a legendary weapon? This kitchen knife is more than enough. CNOK trembled with fury. You insolent bastard, he roared. His eyes burned with anger as he clenched his fists. I'll slice that smug head of yours in two. Let's see if you'll still be running your mouth then. He ran a hand over his twin crimson swords, their polished edges gleaming under the arena lights. Just wait, he sneered. It'll all be over in a moment. Gioma scoffed, thinking to himself, of course, the auditor family would have top-tier gear. His gaze locked onto Nox's dual blades. And not just any swords. They're twin blades, deadly fast, and he carries the signature assassin's aura, a secret technique of his family. In the game, it was one of the most powerful skills of the Auditor clan. Known as Black Fang, Gioma's expression turned serious. Nox's bloodlust is intense. I need to stay on guard. With an S-rank weapon like that, his attacks will be devastating. And given his speed, dodging won't be easy. The announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Alright, both combatants are ready. Gioma and CNOK locked eyes, pure battle intent radiating between them. The announcer continued, now activating the protective magic barrier. A shimmering shield enveloped the spectator stands, ensuring the audience's safety. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. With a solemn voice, the announcer added, "May the blessings of the gods be upon our warriors." Two beams of light streaked down from the sky, surrounding the fighters. The system notifications flashed before Gioma's eyes. Blessing of the War God, activated. Blessing of the Sword God, activated. The gods will stand by you in this battle. With unwavering determination, Gioma launched himself at CNOK like a missile. The battle had begun. On the stands, a brown-haired student gasped in astonishment. What kind of fighting style is this? I can't see clearly at all. The surrounding students buzzed with excitement. Is this really a battle between two students? How is it this fast? What kind of speed is this? Too fast. I can't keep up. How can someone from the FAM class move at such a speed? In the arena, Gioma and CNOK were engaged in an intense battle. CNOK furrowed his brows and lunged at Gioma. From another corner, Rachel Remier rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Those two are moving way too fast. Abel von Nibling thought to himself. I never expected that weakling to be able to fight at this level. Gioma and CNOK clashed fiercely, like evenly matched opponents, attacking each other relentlessly. Nock's strikes were precise and powerful. He swung his sword and slashed with immense force. CNOK attacked wildly, sending shockwaves through the ground, causing cracks to form all around. He smirked inwardly. Not bad, but let's see if you can dodge this move of mine. A streak of light shot forward. CNOK unleashed his three dark birds technique. Gioma froze in shock, unable to react. The ground beneath him exploded. CNOK grinned triumphantly, believing the fight was over. However, Gioma's figure began to fade. Nock's eyes widened in confusion. Right before him, Gioma stood unharmed, without a single scratch. What? He actually dodged that attack? Up in the stands, a pink-haired student exclaimed excitedly. At first glance, second-year students really do have overwhelming combat skills. A red-haired student chimed in. Yeah, there's no denying that second years are far superior to first years. Abel von Nibling remained silent, contemplating deeply. At first, it seems that way, but if you look closely, it's not so simple. The second year is indeed attacking with his advanced assassin techniques, completely dominating the fight. But that first-year kid, he's dodging skillfully, almost too confidently. It seems like he's waiting for an opening, an opportunity to strike back when his opponent makes a mistake. Meanwhile, CNOK was both frustrated and bewildered. His mind raced. Now I get it. Cluey was right. This guy isn't ordinary at all. Damn it, I've already used the Black Crow God's blessing to boost my speed and movement. And yet, he's still able to dodge so effortlessly? Seeing Gioma walking toward him so casually, CNOK thought to himself. It looks like I'm attacking, but my speed still isn't fast enough. I need to be more careful. Analyze his movements, dodge his attacks, and predict his trajectory. If I can do that, I'll be able to land a decisive blow. Just one precise strike, and he will be finished. The more CNOK looked, the more frustrated he became. How is it possible that he's blocking my 2S rank speed swords, with nothing but a kitchen knife? Suddenly, Gioma let go of his knife, letting it fall to the ground. Nock's eyes widened in shock. He's dropping his weapon? He couldn't hold back and asked aloud. What are you planning? Gioma gripped the remaining knife with both hands, pointing the blade directly at CNOK. The air grew heavy, thick with killing intent. Gioma locked eyes with CNOK, his gaze burning with intensity. CNOK, taken aback, frowned and thought, that stance, is he provoking me? His rage exploded. You bastard, how dare you provoke me in this battle? You must have a death wish. Spreading his arms wide, CNOK unleashed a wave of dark energy. The entire space turned a deep, ominous red. With my Shadow Reaper technique, you'll die for sure, he thought smugly. Then he shouted in triumph. This battle will end swiftly. Anyone who stands before my Crimson Execution Blade is doomed to die. Blue lightning streaked across the ground. Gioma suddenly yelled, just you wait. Nock's eyes widened in disbelief as a blinding light burst forth. Meanwhile, Gioma was lost in thought. All I ever wanted was to live a simple life. But unwanted battles keep dragging me into trouble. And now, in this fight, under his overwhelming pressure, I've finally found the key to countering him. Whether it's a curse or a blessing from the gods. To me, it's simply a gift, one that allows me to control my body as I wish and master my secret techniques with precision. I must remain calm, even though deep inside, those curses try to drive me mad, pushing me to lose control. No, I will take command of my own mind. If I have no choice but to face this divine blessing head on, then there is only one thing left to do: fight with everything I have to survive. In the blink of an eye, Nox's arm was severed. He gasped in horror, looking down at his missing limb. Too fast, he thought in disbelief. I couldn't even see his shadow. Gyoma moved like a flash of lightning, severing Nox's arm in an instant. The students on the stands were utterly shocked. Leon Van Rijn observed the battle closely. His eyes locked onto the scene. For a moment, both Gyoma and Cnok seemed frozen in time. Gyoma stared ahead, his mind deep in thought. Blessing or curse, whatever these forces may be, the power they provide is useful to me in this moment. But with this battle, my dream of a peaceful future may be shattered. This is only the beginning of the storm. Cnok stood motionless, looking down at his severed, bloodied arm lying on the ground. Blinding flashes of light streaked across the battlefield as swift, razor-sharp slashes tore through the air. Nox's pupils shrank in terror, streaked with veins of blood. And in the blink of an eye, the blade sliced clean through his neck. His head fell to the ground instantly. At that very moment, the arena's spatial barrier activated, enclosing the battlefield in a protective shield. Smoke and dust swirled around. The students on the stands remained silent, unable to believe what had just happened. Nox's body collapsed to its knees. Meanwhile, Kong Gyoma calmly sheathed his knife. As the blade slid into its scabbard, it emitted a mysterious, shimmering blue light. Rachel Remiura and Abel von Nibling, seated on the stands, were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Gyoma stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance. A voice echoed through the arena. The battle in the simulated space has concluded. Gyoma scratched his neck anxiously, thinking, everyone looks surprised, but I guess that reaction is understandable. Now that I've revealed my true strength, things will never be the same again. He looked down at the knife in his hand, deep in thought. It's just a simple fish cutting knife, yet it brought me victory. A victory, yes, but cutting down an opponent with a mere kitchen knife, it still feels unsettling. He glanced at Cnok, who was trembling in fear on the floor. Fortunately, this all happened in a simulated space. Though it's different from reality, the experience feels incredibly real. Cnok was shaking uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet, drenched in cold sweat. His wide, terror-stricken eyes showed just how much fear he still carried from the battle. Good thing it was only a simulation. Gyoma cast a sidelong glance at Cnok, thinking to himself, that guy, he really is as strong as Cluey said. His battle instincts are beyond predictable. Then, his gaze sharpened, but in battle, he releases too much killing intent. That made his movements easier for me to read. And perhaps, it was thanks to the divine blessing that I was able to win this fight. The voice of the system echoed once more. The winner of this duel is first-year student from Class Lang. On the display screen, the words flashed. Winner, Kong Gyoma. Time, 26 seconds. The entire arena erupted into chaos. Kong Gyoma? A first-year student actually defeated a second-year? How did Kong Gyoma do that? Standing in the center of the battlefield, Gyoma listened to the astonished voices surrounding him. Closing his eyes in satisfaction, he thought to himself, it's true, after this match, I'm going to be famous. Then, with a proud tone, he spoke aloud. If you step into the battlefield, this is the only outcome that matters. With that, he walked away from the arena at a steady pace, thinking, this is the path I chose. I will keep moving forward, without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside in the hallways, students were buzzing with discussion. A second-year assassin, from the prestigious auditor family, lost? Yesterday's match was insane. Even in the classroom, the conversations continued. He actually beat a second year? Yeah, honestly, that second year might have underestimated him. But still, that fight alone was enough to make Kong Gyoma famous. Everywhere in class, the name Kong Gyoma was on everyone's lips. Sitting by the window, Abel von Nibling rested her chin on her hand and murmured, Kong Gyoma, huh? She gazed out the window, deep in thought. No matter where I go today, everyone is talking about yesterday's duel. Well, it was a good fight. Recalling the moment Kong Jioma severed Nock's arm, she suddenly realized something. Before, I thought nothing of it. Just another fight. Nothing too special. But as she replayed the battle in her mind, something became clear. Their movements, their attacks, they were too fast. Then, a shocking realization hit her. I couldn't even follow their speed. And that guy, Kong Jioma, his skills are something else. With just 2 kitchen knives, he managed to shock me. Abel sat in silence, lost in thought. I am the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. I've always been confident in my swordsmanship. But today, my perspective has been shattered. With only 2 knives, Kong Jioma accomplished feats I once thought impossible. A sudden jolt ran through her mind. Wait, before, I never would have. Abel recalled the time she had spoken with Kong Jioma on the stone bench. Back then, she had been curious, wondering who the top student, the one who had become the champion, really was. Now I understand. Next time we meet, I'll find a way to challenge him and defeat him. As she remembered their conversation, the words echoed in her mind. You don't look that strong. How did you even get accepted here? My family's house rules are extremely strict. Mercy isn't something that can always be shown. It depends on the person and the situation. The top student? I don't know who that is either. Abel von Niebling was stunned. So, it was him all along? A surge of anger ran through her. Her body trembling, her face turning red with frustration. That bastard. He hid it from me that day. Her fists clenched tightly as her mind screamed. Damn it, Kong Jioma. Back then, she hadn't been able to gauge his true strength at all. Unable to contain her rage any longer, Abel suddenly slammed the desk and stood up, shouting, I won't let him get away with this. The loud noise startled Rachel Remiura, who had been napping nearby. Yawning, Rachel blinked drowsily and asked, Huh? What's going on? Feeling embarrassed, Abel quickly replied, Nothing, don't worry about it. Rachel gave her a suspicious look. Really? Nothing at all? Yeah, Abel insisted, just thinking about some annoying stuff. And training lately has been a bit exhausting. Rachel smirked. Yeah, right, with that expression? You're definitely hiding something. Abel huffed in frustration. I'm not hiding anything. Rachel pouted playfully. Come on, tell me, I want to know. Seeing that Abel wasn't going to spill, Rachel changed her approach. Alright then, are you hungry? Let's go eat together. Abel frowned. No. Rachel tried again. Then, you didn't bring your weapon with you? Abel, keeping her usual cold expression, responded. No. Rachel grinned mischievously. Or maybe, you're just mad because you need to use the bathroom? Abel, now visibly irritated, snapped. I said no. Rachel chuckled and then suddenly declared. Oh, I got it. You must be in love, right? Abel froze. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire face turned crimson. Rachel burst into laughter, her expression filled with mischief. Pointing a finger at Abel, she dramatically announced, It's over. So, Our Lady Abel has fallen in love. And here I thought you'd never like anyone. Abel frantically waved her hands. That's not it. You're misunderstanding. Rachel leaned on her hand, wiping away a tear from laughing too hard. Then, regaining her composure, she smirked and teased. Alright, so tell me, who's the lucky guy you're interested in? Abel fell silent, too flustered to answer. Seeing Abel remain silent, Rachel smirked and continued. For someone to catch Lady Abel's attention, he must be quite extraordinary. Let me take a guess. Could it be Leon? He's handsome and has a certain charm. After all, the image of a blonde, dashing young man briefly flashed through Abel's mind. But she coldly replied, No. Noticing Abel's change in expression, Rachel grew more curious. Now that I think about it, you two have completely opposite personalities. And you're always competing with each other. So that's probably not it. Then, as if struck by realization, Rachel grinned mischievously. Oh, then it must be the fighter from the arena the other day. Right? The black-haired guy? Abel stiffened instantly, as if jolted by electricity. Seeing that reaction, Rachel's smile widened in triumph. Gotcha. Wow, I didn't expect to guess correctly twice in a row. Our Lady Abel has fallen for someone. In a flash, Rachel grabbed Abel's hand and started dragging her along. Alright, let's go. Abel, still flustered, stammered. Huh? Go where? I don't understand. Rachel grinned. Where else? We're going to Class Lang. And with that, she pulled Abel forward. Before long, the two of them arrived at the classroom. Rachel held onto Abel's wrist, pushed the door open, and cheerfully announced, Hello, everyone. Sorry for barging in today. By now, Abel's face was completely flushed with embarrassment. The students inside were taken aback. Rachel? And Lady Abel? You two came together? Ignoring their surprised whispers, Rachel strode confidently into the room. Meanwhile, Abel trailed behind, trying to hide her embarrassment. Rachel, let's just go back to our class. But Rachel paid no attention to her. Instead, she turned toward the students, climbed onto a desk, placed her hands on her hips, and loudly declared, "All right, everyone, help me out. Where's that black-haired student who fought in the arena the other day?" Beaming with excitement, she added, "Let's see where he's hiding." A green-haired student walked up and frowned. "Hey, why are you standing on the desk? That's not right." Rachel, without missing a beat, playfully winked. "Oh, what's wrong, Tilda?" Immediately, the green-haired student's expression changed completely. His eyes turned into heart shapes, and he squealed, "Oh my god, that's so cute, you can do whatever you want." The other students chuckled, stifling their laughter. "This is ridiculous." Meanwhile, Abel sighed and pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Rachel suddenly widened her eyes. Found him. In front of her, Kong Jioma was slumped over the desk. Beside him, a red-haired girl kept calling out, "Jioma-kun." Rachel was taken aback. Is that his girlfriend? She wondered. Then, she smirked. Even if she is, it doesn't matter. In fact, this was even better. Rachel stepped down from her desk, loosening her tie as she walked. A little competition only makes things more interesting. The red-haired girl was still smiling, until a shadow loomed over her. Her smile immediately disappeared. Rachel walked up to Kong Jioma's head and whispered something. That simple action made the red-haired girl freeze in place. Not just her, Abel, who was standing not far away, was also left speechless, mouth agape. And then, Rachel took things further. She sat right on the desk where Kong Jioma was sleeping and said, "Oh my Tilda." Kong Jioma groggily woke up, a bit of drool still dripping from the corner of his mouth. The first thing he saw was Rachel's stunning figure. Rachel tilted her head cutely and said, "Oh no, did I wake you up?" Still half asleep, Kong Jioma had no idea what was happening. His mind was full of question marks. But before he could even process anything, Rachel had already started questioning him. "You're Kong Jioma, right? I noticed you at the arena yesterday." His brain finally caught up. Rachel? What is she doing here? Before he could find an answer, Rachel reached out, lightly touching the tip of his nose. "Seeing you up close, you're actually really handsome." Kong Jioma's face stiffened. This is bad, he thought. She's here for a reason. Something's definitely off about this. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "Excuse me, but who the hell are you?" It was the red-haired girl from earlier. She was now gripping Rachel's wrist tightly, her expression far from friendly. Chloe clenched Rachel's hand and glared at her. "Who do you think you are?" Rachel tilted her head, looking at Chloe with a blank expression. Even Jioma, watching from the sidelines, had no idea what Chloe was about to do. Chloe, no wonder his instincts had been screaming at him. Something had completely shifted in her demeanor. Was it because she was angry? She tilted her head at a sharp 90-degree angle, eyes widening as she mumbled, "Appa ini? Ada appa ini?" In her hand was a box cutter. A box cutter? Jioma gritted his teeth. This was getting dangerous. If a fight broke out in the classroom, this was an encounter unlike anything he'd ever seen. Not even in a game. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, from behind, Abel grabbed Rachel and pulled her back. "Rachel, what are you doing in someone else's classroom? Let's go." Rachel glanced at Abel playfully. "What's wrong, Abel? My dear butler, I just came to say hello to him, right?" She turned to Chloe, then stood up and walked over, patting her head with a smile. "Little girl, when adults are talking, don't interrupt, and children shouldn't play with dangerous things like that. Got it?" Chloe remained still, staring at her with that same intimidating look. Rachel, unfazed, turned away cheerfully. "All right then, let's continue our conversation like adults." But at that moment, Chloe flicked open the box cutter in her hand and slashed straight toward Rachel. Die! Jioma and Abel were both shocked, their faces darkening. Rachel, unaware, turned her head. Blood was spilled. But then, the scene abruptly shifted. Two students were arguing over a spilled box of cherry tomatoes. "You spilled all the milk. Be more careful." "But if I hadn't done that, would you have even noticed anything?" "Shut up." From a distance, a familiar figure loomed. Meanwhile, back in Jioma's group, Rachel had easily subdued Chloe. "So slow," she muttered. I thought only your body was small. But turns out your brain is tiny too. Chloe's hands trembled as she struggled to break free. From the side, Abel shouted, "Rachel, stop." Rachel silently looked at Chloe, then suddenly, with a single motion, she flung Chloe away. But Chloe, reacting instinctively, twisted her body mid-air and landed with a perfect roll. The gathered students erupted in loud cheers. Gioma, standing nearby, was speechless, on the verge of losing his mind. His gaze fell on Chloe as he assessed the situation. The merchant saint family, their philosophy is absolute strength. To them, technique is useless. This family worships power above all else. She's a student of the elite class. Rachel Remiura, the granddaughter of the merchant saint. Rachel turned to him and asked casually, "That girl, she's your girlfriend?" Gioma's face darkened. He replied coldly, "No." On the other side, Chloe kept staring, exuding an intimidating pressure. She looked terrifying. Gioma sighed. What a hassle. He corrected himself. She's just a friend. Rachel. Only now did Gioma realize something was wrong. What the hell is happening? He turned to Abel. She looked nervous, anxiously glancing at Chloe. Oh, right. Abel was here too. He had been so confused that he forgot. Gioma's eyes turned sharp as he stared at Rachel. What do you two want from me? Rachel remained silent for a moment before speaking. I heard that Lady Abel is interested in you. So I came to see for myself. Behind her, Abel's face turned bright red. She waved her hands furiously. When did I ever say that? Rachel tilted her head. Huh? Wasn't that the reason? You dragged me here on your own. Abel protested. And here I thought you willingly followed me because you wanted to come. Rachel teased. Abel stiffened, unable to find a retort. That's. Meanwhile, the surrounding students whispered among themselves. What's going on? A fight? I don't get it, but let's watch. Abel, trying to regain her composure, said coldly. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I never said I wanted to come here. Ah. Gioma sighed. Then just leave already. He rubbed his forehead. If there's nothing else, you two should go back to your class. Both Rachel and Abel froze in disbelief. Rachel walked closer and hooked her arm around his. You're really interesting, she said with a smirk. I like interesting guys like you. Gioma, still unimpressed, remained indifferent. That's great, he said flatly. Too bad I'm boring. Rachel, unfazed, tightened her grip. Come on Tilda, why are you acting like this? Let's go watch a movie in my room after school. From the other side, Chloe yelled furiously. Stay away from Kong Gioma. Rachel turned, grinning mischievously. Oh my Tilda Gioma, did you hear that? She burst into laughter. Lady Abel, isn't this hilarious? Gioma, watching from the side, felt exhausted. Great, more trouble. Behind him, Abel's anger flared as she shot Rachel a death glare. Rachel sighed dramatically. Fine, I'll leave. She stretched her arms and smiled. It was fun seeing you. Gioma Tilda. Ahaha, I should head back to class. See you later. Don't come back. Gioma muttered mercilessly. Rachel, already walking away, giggled. Too late Tilda, I'm leaving now Tilda. Gioma's face darkened. Just go already. Once the situation was resolved, he slumped back onto his desk and went straight to sleep. Abel walked a few steps away but then glanced back. She stood there, quietly watching Gioma. After a moment, her face turned red, and she quickly looked away. Her usual cold demeanor seemed to waver for a second before she left the room. Meanwhile, Gioma didn't care. All he wanted was to sleep. Rachel and Abel walked back to their classroom. As they walked, Rachel was lost in thought. I didn't expect this. His cold attitude is one thing. But those eyes. She recalled his rare, striking appearance. But what left an impression on her was his deep black eyes. For a brief moment, something flickered within them. Something that felt like a razor-sharp blade slicing through her. Rachel instinctively touched her neck. Scary, unlike their classmates, who only looked impressive on the outside. Gioma was different. She only meant to tease him a little. But instead, she ended up gathering quite a bit of useful information. The merchant saint family had always married into powerful warrior bloodlines. By that logic, Gioma was extremely dangerous. Rachel licked her lips. He's a talent worth keeping an eye on. No wonder the Ice Queen is interested in him. She then turned to Abel, who was walking behind her. Rachel twirled around playfully and flashed a bright smile. Lady Abel, I'm sorry Tilda. Abel sighed, rubbing her temple. If it's about the mess you caused earlier, you should be apologizing to the students of the elite class. Not me. Rachel cut her off. No, not that. Abel frowned. Then what? Rachel grinned confidently, radiating self-assurance. Kong Geoma. I'm not going to hand him over to you. Abel's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, a wheelchair rolled down the hospital corridor. CNOK auditor was hooked up to an IV. His face twisted in rage. Kill, kill, kill. That bastard must die. He clenched his fists, seething with fury. I've never tasted defeat in my life. I am the genius of the auditor family. CNOK auditor stormed down the hospital hallway. If it were nighttime, things would have been different. As an assassin, I'd have the advantage. Maybe I should ambush him tonight. Kill him in the dark. But then, the image of that terrifyingly cold expression resurfaced in his mind. He growled in frustration and shoved a patient out of his way. Move. As he marched through the dimly lit hallway, his thoughts raced. I'll mobilize the entire auditor family. With the full force of my clan. I'll take that bastard's head myself. CNOK auditor recalled his younger sister. I'll kill him, and bring Chloe back. Her potential was equal to, or perhaps even greater than, his own. Reaching the door, he knew he had to act immediately. With the combined power of his family, and his mastery of shadow techniques, he would make his move. CNOK auditor pushed the door open slightly, determination burning in his eyes. I'll show you what true. He froze, completely petrified. On the other side of the door, someone was casually eating an apple. It was Geoma, sitting beside his hospital bed, as if he had been waiting for him. Back in the classroom, Chloe sat biting her nails, staring intensely into the distance. Geoma glanced at her, thinking, she looks furious, but she was the one who pulled out a knife first. On her end, Chloe gripped the box cutter tightly, mumbling, I really like it. Then, suddenly, a voice called out to her. Chloe. She snapped out of her thoughts, pausing for a moment. Really? For real? Turning around, she flashed a bright smile at Geoma. What's up, Geoma? Did you need something? Geoma, sweating internally, thought to himself. Please, just put the knife down. A bit awkwardly, he asked. How's CNOK doing? Chloe blinked, looking at him with wide, round eyes. Then, lowering her gaze slightly, she responded with a hint of sadness. My brother is in the academy's hospital. Geoma was taken aback. He was hospitalized? Chloe explained. He wasn't injured during the match in the arena. Honestly, even now, I'm not entirely sure what happened. I only heard that he was taken to the hospital, even though he didn't have any visible wounds. So everything should be fine. You don't need to worry. Geoma. Geoma fell into deep thought. I literally cut him in half. But there's no way he'd break down from something like that. His eyes narrowed. That bastard. Is he planning something? After a moment of contemplation, Geoma spoke again. Chloe. He walked over and placed a hand on her head. Can you tell me what room CNOK is in? The first rule in handling a yandere. Pat their head. Chloe's face immediately flushed red. What? The scene shifted to the hospital. Sweating profusely, CNOK auditor stood in pure rage and confusion. You. Geoma lowered his head slightly and shot CNOK a cold glare. Taking a bite of the apple in his hand, he casually asked, Is it okay if I eat this? CNOK thought bitterly. You already ate it. Damn it. Geoma leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. The auditor family must be rich. He mused. A private VIP hospital room all to yourself. That's no joke. CNOK gritted his teeth in anger and yelled. How the hell did you get here? His mind raced. No, could he be here to finish me off? His breath caught when he saw Geoma reach for the knife on the bedside table. The blade gleamed under the light as Geoma picked it up. Then, with effortless skill, he began peeling the apple. Each movement was precise and fluid. The apple skin fell away in one long, flawless curl. CNOK, despite himself, was silently amazed. How is he so damn good at cutting things? Once he finished peeling, Geoma neatly arranged the slices on a plate. He stood up, walked past CNOK, and said casually, If you're sick of hospital food, have some fruit. CNOK clenched his fists in fury. That bastard, is he pitying me? From within his sleeve, a small dagger slipped into Nock's hand. He turned his gaze toward Geoma, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. I'll kill you. At that moment, Geoma suddenly stopped. Ah, he said, as if he had just remembered something. Without turning back, he spoke. if you're planning to take revenge on me. CNOK froze. Watching him carefully, Gioma's gaze flicked toward him, his voice calm yet ominous. Then I'll wipe out the entire auditor family. Nock's eyes widened, glowing with shock. Then, without another word, he slammed the door shut. Suddenly, red flashes of light shimmered around the apple slices on the plate. Nock's breath hitched. He collapsed onto the floor, trembling, staring in horror at the apple, which had been cut into perfectly even pieces. Meanwhile, Gioma strolled through the streets, lost in thought. An enemy's presence is like a matchstick. If their heart is already broken, fear will do the rest for me. He sighed. The auditor family, the world's most notorious assassins. There's no way to take out all of them in just 30 seconds. But if it's 10 of them, I might be able to handle it. Still, that's the worst case scenario. The less killing, the better. He looked up at the full moon, exhaling slowly. It feels like I'm standing on the edge of a massive storm. Memories of past battles flashed through his mind. And for the first time in a while, he wondered, am I truly ready? Gioma looked up and exclaimed, I wonder what will happen to my head. Feeling a bit anxious, he thought to himself, as for CNOK, I can stop worrying about him now. The real problem is Rachel, the person I least want to be involved with. Even in the game, her character approached the protagonist first but attacked later than the heroine. Abel, picking up his phone, he muttered, all right, I'll deal with that later. Now it's time to prepare for the midterm exam. The reward is quite significant, so I need to plan seriously. Gioma focused on his phone and thought, Murasame, I need a weapon that can fight for more than 30 seconds. He froze for 2 seconds as he glanced at the calendar on his phone screen. Analyzing the exam content, he noted that it was not class restricted. 5 people had to cooperate to subdue a monster. In a team battle, individual skills matter, but trust among teammates is even more crucial. He mused. Though his team members were rather troublesome, he believed that if they could work well together, they stood a chance. He imagined the worst-case scenario of teamwork failure and sighed. We might as well just take the same bus. Then, recalling the monster they had to defeat in the test, he muttered, the D-rank mermaid Masu. Even in the game, it was annoying. Fighting it in real life? I feel like throwing up already. Feeling helpless, he thought, I've been catching fish all my life. But if it were a mermaid, that would be a different story. A vivid image of the mermaid Masu flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, wait, I'm not having a nosebleed. Am I? As he walked, he sank deeper into his thoughts. Come to think of it, the mermaid is a key figure among the demons. Compared to the formidable main character, Masu is nothing more than a watchdog. Sitting on a bench, he lowered his head and contemplated. Fortunately, my only goal is to subdue the mermaid Masu. There's no need to deal with the main character. He sighed, realizing that more than a month had passed since he arrived here. Looking up at the starry sky, he whispered 2 words, so peaceful. Lost in thought, Gioma pondered. It has been 700 years since humans and demons signed the truce agreement. Over the years, numerous conflicts, both big and small, have erupted. One of the most significant was the Batman incident half a century ago. They said they would resurrect the commander of the 1st Legion, who is currently sealed away. The commander of the 6th Legion had crossed the ceasefire boundary on his own. A powerful fist came rushing forward, accompanied by a distant cry of, Lan Kan. The image of a colossal monster appeared, roaring, I will bring you back. The faces of the warriors battling the monster showed unwavering determination. Humanity's strongest, those hailed as the greatest among all heroes, belonged to the 7-Star Heroes organization. After a brutal week-long battle, they emerged victorious, but the cost was high. 3 heroes sacrificed their lives in exchange for survival. Fortunately, after that, no one dared to cross the boundary again. Somewhere, a person sat in a restroom, staring at the screen and sighing. The strongest of humanity. And this was just a commander of the 6th Legion? The peace that followed had endured until today. But for how much longer? Gioma stared at his phone, deep in thought. Come to think of it, Valo Wa Ken, he was the one who sealed the commander of the 1st Legion. He blurted out, wasn't he human? However, an inevitable war between demons and humans was approaching, a war that would include even the Demon King. Just 3 years left. Gioma shook his head and told himself, worrying now is pointless. I need to stay focused on the midterm exam. It's going to be troublesome. But first, I need to amass trillions. I've been too quiet, I have no friends. He glanced up as an idea formed in his mind. But now that I think about it, I'm one of the most well-known students in the academy. If I take advantage of that, can I make money from it? He smirked. Not bad. Either way, I can't afford to live quietly for the next 3 years. Feeling invigorated, he declared, I need to join a good team and ace the midterm exam. Perfect. Gioma made up his mind. He would trade his quiet and comfortable life for a loud and ambitious one. It was time to change his goals. 1 week later, at the academy, it seemed that most students had already formed teams. Only Gioma remained alone. This is ridiculous, he thought. Not a single invitation? Recalling his fight with CNOK, he sighed internally. This is bad. He ran a hand down his face. Frustrated. Maybe I'm just the kind of person who doesn't know when to hold back. Is that why people are afraid of me? Then, he suddenly glanced to the side and spotted Chloe. Him too? He wondered. Ever since that day, Chloe had also been ostracized. Gioma approached Chloe and called out. Chloe. She looked up and responded. Oh, it's you, Gioma. He asked. Has no one invited you to a team yet? Chloe sighed. That's right, still no one. Gioma inquired. Are you okay with that? She smiled brightly and replied. I'm fine, if I get to team up with you. Gioma. Before she could finish, he cut in. Alright, then, you and I are a team now. We need to find 3 more people. Chloe beamed with excitement. Sounds great. Gioma thought to himself. Chloe is definitely the kind of teammate I need. The goal is to capture as many mermaids as possible within an hour. If we can catch one every 30 seconds, that would be about 1.000 in total. Chloe, still excited, exclaimed, this is going to be so much fun. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, sending chills down Gioma's spine. Gioma, I'm here to visit you. Rachel Remiura came running towards him, shouting his name. Gioma's face fell as he asked, why are you here again? Rachel lowered her head and pouted. I just came to hang out. That's all. Chloe's eyes sparkled as she clutched a box cutter in her hand, exclaiming, oh, she's here. She's here. Ignoring the chaos, Gioma walked back to his seat and waved Rachel off. Go home. I don't have time for this today. Rachel looked at him with teary eyes. You're so cold, Gioma. He sighed and, exasperated, said, can you stop calling me Gioma in that tone? Rachel stretched her arms with a playful grin and teased. I don't know tilde, I don't know tilde, I can't hear you tilde, I can't hear you tilde. With that, she dramatically collapsed onto his desk. Oh, right, she suddenly remembered. Looking up at him, how's your exam preparation going? Gioma thought to himself. She doesn't even listen to me. Without hesitation, he answered flatly. No. Rachel clapped her hands together and said. Oh, that's great. Then, with sparkling eyes, she asked. Then why don't you join my team? Kong Gioma replied indifferently. Impressive. Rachel took that as encouragement and urged him further. Then come on, join my team. She reached out, tilting his chin playfully, which immediately flustered him. Annoyed, Gioma pushed her hand away and asked. Why me? There are plenty of people who'd love to team up with you. Rachel nonchalantly shrugged and replied. They're boring. I have a feeling something interesting will happen if I team up with you. Trying to refuse her tactfully, Gioma said. I already promised Chloe that we'd form a team together. Rachel, however, was one step ahead. She put him in a position where refusal was impossible. No problem. There are exactly 2 spots left. Kong Gioma sighed in frustration. If this keeps up, forget about the rewards. Just thinking about the score I'll get from hunting monsters with this group. What a nightmare. He glanced at Chloe, who stood off to the side. She didn't seem too thrilled about the arrangement either. With no other choice, Gioma reluctantly said, fine, I'll count on you then. Rachel quickly grabbed her phone and entered Gioma's name. All set. Once you're in, there's no backing out. Curious, Gioma asked. Who's the team leader? Rachel, still tapping on her phone, casually replied. Oh, it's Leon. You know him, right? The moment he heard that name, Gioma snapped. Damn it. His entire body trembled with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His pupils contracted as he thought. What kind of karmic sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this? For nearly 30 years, all he had known were swords and work. Getting tangled up with heroines like Rachel and Abel von Nibling was one thing. He could accept that as an unfortunate consequence of standing out. But this, Leon Van Rijn was different. He was the protagonist of this entire game. grinding his teeth in frustration. Gioma thought, I have no idea how the story will unfold from here. But if anything goes wrong, all the responsibility is going to fall on me. Then there was Rettel, that damned witch. He couldn't even switch teams because of her. Before he could do anything, she had already registered him in her group without his consent. Gioma was shaking with fury. His teeth clenched so hard they might crack. He seriously started considering just quitting everything altogether. Never in my life have I wanted to cut down a girl so badly. Just as his rage was reaching its peak, Chloe walked over and asked, Gioma, what's wrong? He quickly composed himself, letting out a sharp breath. Chloe tilted her head and smiled brightly. You look so down. Ever since that blonde girl left, you've been in a slump. Did she make you sad? Gioma didn't look at Chloe and simply replied, It's just a bit stressful, teaming up with all these elite class students. Chloe, full of enthusiasm, reassured him, No one in the elite class is stronger than you. Gioma, I'm sure of it. He glanced at her and said, Thanks. Turning back, he gave her a small smile and muttered to himself, Well, since Chloe is part of the team too, leaving now would be irresponsible. Thinking it over, he realized that their team was full of heavy hitters. This might actually be a beneficial situation. I should look at it positively. He then asked, Chloe, what time is the team meeting? Chloe replied, That blonde girl said 6 o'clock. At the cafe in the main building. Gioma smirked. Guess Chloe is going to call Rachel, blonde girl, from now on. He glanced at the time and said, It's almost time. Let's go. Chloe nodded. All right. The two of them made their way to the cafe in the main building, where they were supposed to meet Rachel and the rest of the team. Inside the cafe, a matcha latte was placed forcefully on the table. Chloe cheered excitedly. Wow, this looks delicious. Gioma, holding his coffee, watched her with an expression of mild disbelief. Glancing at the green beverage, he thought to himself, a cup of bright green liquid like that, for 50,000? Inflation is getting out of hand. As he sipped his coffee, the bitter taste hit him hard, and he instinctively shouted, bitter. But as someone with an inflated sense of pride, he couldn't let himself lose face. Quickly composing himself, he nonchalantly said, this Starbucks of yours, not bad. Chloe just chuckled while Gioma tried to regain his composure. Stay calm, maintain the dignity of an adult, he told himself. He internally lamented. Anything under 20,000 is just SBIT speak bueno. I randomly ordered this and it's so bitter. And since this place is outside of campus, I can't even use my priority card. Definitely won't come here often. Just then, his phone vibrated. A message popped up on the screen. It was from Rachel. Where are you? I don't see you anywhere. Gioma immediately replied. It's been 5 minutes. Are you even planning to show up? Rachel quickly responded. Sorry, I was cleaning up for the others, so I'm a bit late. Gioma sighed and texted back. We're drinking Starbucks in the meeting room. A moment later, Rachel's cheerful reply came through. There you are. I see you now. The meeting room door swung open as Rachel walked in first. Oh, Gioma and the little kid, she said playfully. Sorry for being late. She turned to them and asked, Have you two been waiting long? At that moment, Gioma's and Leon's eyes met. Gioma was slightly surprised when he caught sight of the other guy, Spit Weapon. The one with spiky orange hair that resembled a palm tree. His expression was indifferent, his gaze shifting lazily around the room. Gioma studied him for a moment and thought. A troublemaker, huh? Leon, ever the gentleman, extended his hand first. Nice to meet you. Gioma responded in kind, shaking his hand. Calm Gioma. They exchanged a firm handshake. Leon smiled and remarked, I saw your simulated battle a few days ago. That was impressive. Glad to have you on the team. Gioma remained silent, analyzing him. A deep, steady voice, confident presence. He's definitely the protagonist I once controlled. Once everyone arrived, they ordered the same drink, Ameritelli Canada. As team leader, Leon spoke first. Before we begin, let's introduce ourselves. Rachel raised her hand excitedly. Agreed. Leon nodded and continued. I'll go first. I'm Leon Van Reinhat, from the elite class. I just happened to become the team leader. I still have a lot to learn, but I hope we can all work together for this exam. At that, Yumba, who had been silent, gawked at him in admiration. Damn, he's handsome too. Life really isn't fair. Rachel snickered and added, Everyone already knows me, so I'll skip my turn. She nudged Spit Weapon with her elbow. Next, Spit Weapon, always short on words, simply said, Spit Weapon, Dragon Claw, I like heroes. He really did. The word hero was even tattooed on his neck. His introduction was so brief that Roma, who had been expecting something grand, looked utterly disappointed. A badass name like that. And that's all he says? Likes heroes? Not what I imagined at all. Next, Chloe stood up, her voice cautious. Hello, everyone. I'm Chloe Editor from the Dragon class. I joined the team thanks to. Before she could finish, Rachel rudely cut in. Thanks to Gioma. Chloe's eyes flickered with anger. But she took a deep breath and let it go. She sighed and continued. Yes, thanks to him. I was able to join. I look forward to working with you all. Gioma was the only one left to introduce himself. Everyone seemed most eager to hear from him. Keeping it brief, he simply said, Kong Gioma, Dragon Claw. A short silence followed. Leon, rummaging through his bag, broke it by saying, all right, that's settled. Meanwhile, Gioma sat still, motionless. Maybe I said too little? This is awkward. Leon then took out his laptop and said, let's begin studying. The screen from his laptop was projected onto the ceiling, revealing an image of an island. Leon explained, during today's lunch break, the homeroom teachers gave all team leaders a document. This is the map of Scupoli Island, where our midterm test will take place. He continued, on the exam day, we'll be transported to this island through a space gate. However, while the gate exists in a separate space, the island itself is in real space. This means we can sustain real injuries from the monsters there. Keep that in mind. Leon adjusted the laptop settings and zoomed in on a specific area of the map. I'll enlarge it for you all. This is the northeastern coast, the area assigned to our team. He pointed at the map and elaborated. We'll be hunting merfolk in this region, alongside 2 other teams. The key to this test is simple. The team that eliminates the most merfolk within the set limit wins. Everyone listened attentively, making sure to memorize the details. Closing his laptop, Leon said, that's all you need to know for now. He looked around and asked, any questions? Spit Weapon raised his hand first. Scupoli Island is known for mermaids, right? Any serious dangers there? Leon responded, the teachers have already surveyed the area, so we should be fine. Chloe, still concerned, asked, will there be conflicts or fights between teams assigned to the same area? Leon answered calmly, the goal of this test is to eliminate monsters. Fighting between students could result in immediate disqualification. Satisfied with that answer? Roma, watching Leon swiftly answer every question, muttered to himself. As expected from someone born into an assassin family, Leon wrapped up the session. That's it for today. Everyone, prepare for the midterm. We'll meet again tomorrow for the position assignment meeting. Rachel, cheerful as ever, threw an arm around Spit Weapon and said, we're done. Let's grab something to eat. Spit Weapon, visibly annoyed, snapped, don't pull my shirt, you'll rip it. Leon carefully packed his laptop back into his bag. Everyone had left, leaving only Gioma and Leon behind. Gioma thought to himself, I just happened to sit in this secluded corner, and now it's just the 2 of us. Facing him like this is so awkward. I should get out of here. Without hesitation, he quickly stood up to leave. Just as he turned, Leon called out, hey, Gioma. Gioma, surprised, stopped in his tracks and looked back at him. Leon hesitated for a moment before asking, Gioma, where do you come from? His voice carried an unfamiliar weight, as if he had been waiting for this question. Gioma frowned slightly, confused by such an odd inquiry. What is this? I feel like I've been asked this before, but this time. It's different. Leon's gaze was distant yet expectant, as though he truly needed to hear the answer. When their eyes met, Gioma saw something deep and strange reflected in them. For a moment, his thoughts began to wander. What does he mean by that? Is he asking about my hometown? But no, if that were the case, he could have asked during introductions. Leon had waited until they were alone before bringing this up. There had to be a reason. Gioma's mind raced. Could it be that he's not from this world either? His silence dragged on, making the air between them awkward. Finally, Leon let out a small sigh and said, sorry for asking something weird. I just thought, maybe you were like me. Gioma's mind froze for a second. Like him? What does that mean? Even though Korean was the common language of this game world, national origins were still distinct. Gioma was undeniably Korean. Before he could process it fully, Leon added, forget I said anything. Leon stood up, his expression unreadable. I'll be going now. With that, He walked past Gioma, leaving him completely stunned. Without thinking, Gioma reached out and grabbed Leon's shoulder. Wait. His voice was hesitant, but the moment had already taken over him. He swallowed and asked the same question back. Where do you come from? In his haste, Gioma acted on instinct rather than logic. As the weight of his actions settled in, he cursed himself internally. Damn it, I stopped him without thinking. If I let him go just like that, I won't be able to sleep tonight from frustration. Leon turned back, grabbing Gioma's hand that rested on his shoulder. With a small smile, he answered, I'm from Germany. Then, without giving Gioma any time to react, he quickly walked out of the cafe, leaving him standing there, completely bewildered. Gioma frowned, utterly confused. What's with that guy? He sighed and sat back down at the table, tapping it a few times as if trying to wake himself up from his spiraling thoughts. His eyes held a trace of disappointment. Was I just overthinking it? In that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was also someone from another world. Even after returning home, the thought lingered in his mind. But he reassured himself. It's not impossible. There's no guarantee that I'm the only one who got transported into this game. And besides, he's the protagonist. That possibility is even higher than it is for a side character like me. Lost in thought, Gioma sat at his dinner table, staring blankly at his untouched meal and his sword. Muttering to himself, he said, Thanks to the blessing of the sword god, my senses have become unnaturally sharp. Slowly, he unsheathed his sword, trying to feel the power granted by the divine blessing. Closing his eyes, he focused his energy. Then, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Leon belongs to this world. Leon belongs to this world. His eyes snapped open in shock. His breath hitched. That voice again. This wasn't the first time. The last time he had activated and concentrated on the blessing of the sword god. He had also heard faint, inexplicable voices. His entire body broke into a cold sweat. He grabbed his head as a sharp pain shot through his skull. The more he tried to think about it, the more it hurt. Even his blessing of unshaken will couldn't suppress it. Either way, the Leon I met today is definitely the same Leon from the game. No actor could possibly replicate him so perfectly. Maybe he really was just asking about my nationality? Even as he tried to calm down, something still felt off. But if it was just about nationality, what did he mean by, you're like me? Still uneasy, Gioma pulled out his phone and searched for Leon Van Reinhat. No results. There were no articles, no records, nothing. Leon did not exist in this world's information database. Gioma felt a chill crawl up his spine. There's nothing? Not a single entry? Frustrated, he muttered. If only I had actually read the game's wiki. But who cares about the male lead anyway? Gioma clicked his tongue and looked up at the ceiling with a long sigh. Forget it, I'll probably never see him again anyway. If anything weird happens, I'll just ask Media. The thought of Media made her voice echo in his head. Gioma, have you been visiting me too much lately? When are we running away together? How about now? Shaking his head, Gioma stroked his chin. I should stop overthinking. Strangely, despite being in a situation he never wanted to be in, he still felt calm. Must be thanks to my blessing. Thinking of that, he pulled up his status window. Seeing his stats, he couldn't help but mutter. Not bad, everything's progressing well. Physical level. 57 right-pointing arrow territory of influence has expanded. Mental level. B right-pointing arrow increases authority in speech and actions. Armament level. 1 right-pointing arrow unlock conditions not yet met. Synchronization. 2.56 right-pointing arrows 6.8%. His mental and armament levels remained the same, but his physical level had increased a bit thanks to his continuous training. Armament probably won't go up until I get Muramasa. However, one particular stat made Gioma uneasy. What the hell is synchronization? Among all his stats, this one was skyrocketing. Synchronization. 2.5 right-pointing arrows 6.8%. At 7%, synchronization will meet the conditions for unlocking. It's almost there. Gioma hesitated, his mind drifting to Cluey Editor and CNOK Auditor. For the past few weeks, I've only been hanging around those two. Could this have something to do with them? Frustrated, he tapped through his status screen. I don't even understand myself anymore. And who the hell do I ask about this? Just then, a new notification popped up. Minimum activation threshold reached. Effect duration has been adjusted. Gioma blinked in confusion. Huh? What's this? Blessing of unshaken will. Effect duration. 30 right pointing arrow 40 seconds. Cooldown time, 12 hours. His eyes widened in shock. Whoa, 40 seconds? Picking up his sword, he grinned. All that effort is finally paying off. Looking at the blade, he let out a boisterous laugh. Haha, this is way more exciting than I expected. Time passed quickly. With only 5 days left until the final exam, Gioma trained relentlessly every single day, sweat dripping down his face. When 4 days remained, their team had another group meeting with Rachel, Leon, Spit Weapon, and Chloe to finalize their exam strategy. The session was filled with heated debates, intense planning, and bursts of laughter. 3 days remained until the exam. Gioma spent some time training Chloe on how to wield a sword, but she seemed utterly clueless and clumsy. 2 days before the exam, the group meeting was held again. Chloe lost her temper when she saw Daecho getting too close to Gioma. Even though Gioma himself was grimacing and trying to avoid her, with only one final day left to prepare, Gioma remained dedicated to training his stamina and reflexes. A drop of water fell, and in an instant, he swiftly slashed through it with his sword. Everything came to a halt. Gioma silently observed his result, a faint smile forming on his lips, showing his satisfaction. The final exam day had arrived. The entire training ground was packed with people, buzzing with excitement. Gioma stood tall, gazing up at the spatial gate before him. With just its presence, the entire atmosphere had shifted. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling him. The other 4 members of the group were already present, with only Gioma missing. Kim Rachel, the main damage dealer, spoke up. You're always on time. Why are you late today? Leon, the team leader, added. You're here. Spit Weapon, the support, remained silent as usual. Chloe, the secondary damage dealer, greeted him cheerfully. Good morning. Gioma, who played the role of the team's backbone, smiled lightly and said, Sorry, I'm late. As he walked toward the group, he was surprised to see their weapons. Rachel teased him with a grin. Gioma, you should pay the penalty. Gioma stayed silent, observing them carefully and making his own judgments. Rachel wielded an S-rank Fangtian Wahi. Leon still had no weapon. But Spit Weapon. Gioma glanced at him with a puzzled look. Wait, that's a weapon? Noticing Gioma's stare, Spit Weapon became uncomfortable and asked in a low voice. What are you looking at? Curious, Gioma turned to Rachel, who whispered to him. Even so, that's one of the few S-rank healing weapons. Gioma was shocked. That thing? Rachel nodded. It's true. Gioma examined Spit Weapon's weapon. Deep in thought, even in games, spending 10 million wouldn't guarantee obtaining an S-rank healing weapon. But appearance was also part of performance. Why did this one look so unreliable? Gioma moved closer to Spit Weapon, examining his weapon at a closer range. He muttered to himself, This is really strange. Spit Weapon, startled by Gioma's sudden approach, yelped, Ah, get away from me. While the group was still in shock, a teacher's voice rang out. Attention! The entire training ground fell silent. The midterm exam for the first semester of 2024 officially begins. All the students turned their attention to the instructor. You all seem ready, said Instructor Lee Wanbi with a serious expression. The exam rules have been thoroughly explained, so I'll keep it brief. If you sense danger, retreat immediately. Remember, you are still students, not heroes yet. The teacher emphasized. Do not risk your lives for a score. And if you get injured or wish to forfeit, contact your supervising instructor immediately. Leon, slightly annoyed, muttered to himself. Such a long speech. Then, he spoke up. It's about time. Let's get ready. Don't be nervous. Just do your best. The other 4 members nodded seriously. Gioma furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. Let's begin. He noticed Chloe keeping her head down, walking quietly. Concerned, he turned to Han and asked, What's wrong with Chloe? Chloe hesitated before replying cautiously. I just thought of something. Though it's a bit late. I remember that Scuppily Island is known as the place where mermaids appear. Gioma reassured her. The instructors have already checked everything. There's nothing to worry about. Chloe hesitated for a moment before softly replying, Okay, and followed the group. However, deep inside, she was still uneasy. In my hometown, Sicily, there are many stories about mermaids and incidents related to them. Even though we are currently in a ceasefire period with the demon race, it's rare to encounter them outside. But dungeons keep appearing without stop, proving that the presence of mermaids could be unpredictable. Instructor Lee Wanbi then announced. Now, proceed through the gate. The spatial portal is activating. Gioma gently patted Chloe on the head and said, "Let's go." Chloe, blushing slightly, she nodded. Okay. That simple pat of reassurance eased her anxiety. That's right, I shouldn't worry. Gioma is here. I trust him. Gioma's team, burning with fighting spirit, stepped through the spatial gate. The scene suddenly shifted to their battlefield. But in an instant, everything before them turned pitch black. Chloe could only hear voices calling out to her. Wake up, we're about to cross the boundary between life and death. The current, I long for freedom. Among those voices, she recognized Gioma's. Then, his voice became clearer. Chloe. She felt panic creeping in. Who's calling my name? Once again, the voice echoed. Chloe. Gioma kept calling. Chloe, wake up. At that moment, Chloe suddenly snapped back to reality. Her vision was blurry as she slowly regained consciousness. Did I just faint? In front of her were her teammates. Their faces filled with concern. They wanted to call for the instructors, but hesitated. No, we can't contact the instructors here. The signal in the cave is too weak. Panic spread among the team. What's going on? Right before them was a terrifying face. Veins bulging in eerie purple-red patterns. A mermaid. A moment before the mermaid appeared. On Scuppily Island, the sky was clear, and the air was fresh. But despite the perfect weather, seasick students were groaning, throwing up, and collapsing from exhaustion. Nearly everyone looked like they were about to pass out, except for one person. Gioma stood there, unfazed, watching the miserable scene. Leon lifted his head weakly and asked, Gioma, are you okay? Gioma simply replied, I don't get seasick. Leon let out a tired laugh. I don't think this is just about seasickness. Just then, an ugly, chubby shark man appeared in front of them. At the sight of it, Gioma finally felt the urge to vomit for real. He even had to ask, wait, that's a mermaid? As soon as the creature spotted them, it scampered away on its stubby legs. Gioma watched it leave and muttered in disappointment. Smaller than I expected. He instinctively gripped his sword, but then sighed, scolding himself. That nervousness just now was ridiculous. I'm in the backline role anyway. I'll just let my teammates handle it. Leon turned to him. When we get to the designated area, we'll encounter fully grown mermaids. Only those count for points, not these little ones. Earlier, Chloe had scouted ahead, so there were only 4 of them left on the island. Leon gave the order. Let's go meet up with Chloe first. They moved through the dense forest. But something felt off. There was an eerie sensation. As if someone, or something, was watching them. Leon reminded everyone. Stay alert. Gioma remained silent, but an uneasy feeling crept over him. They stopped in their tracks. It should be around here. Someone muttered. Just then, Chloe leapt down from the trees, landing gracefully near them. Gioma, surprised, asked, You climbed the trees to get here? Chloe hesitated before answering. Yeah, this way. I wouldn't be noticed. Leon immediately inquired. What's the situation? What did you find? Chloe hesitated for a moment before reporting. About 500 meters ahead. There's a cave. She led the group to the location. This is it? It was a large, dark cavern. Inside, the only source of illumination came from the eerie glow of countless fish-like eyes. A group of fishmen had gathered around a fire, warming themselves. They observed from a distance, estimating that there were between 50 and 60 of them. That was no small number. Gioma grew serious. We need to think this through carefully. He considered the possibility. If we wipe them all out, we'll definitely take first place in the midterm rankings. However, as the team leader, Leon spoke up. But I have to prioritize everyone's safety. A cave, no means of communication if someone got injured. Should they take the risk? Or look for a safer alternative? The decision rested on Leon. He lowered his head in contemplation. Before they arrived at the island, during previous team meetings, Leon had assigned roles to everyone. Chloe, when we arrive at the island, you'll scout ahead. Spit weapon, you'll stay in the back, supporting us with buffs and healing. At the time, Gioma had teased. Spit weapon, it's still weird seeing you as a healer. Spit weapon, annoyed, shot back. What, haven't you heard? A true hero's motto is to help others. When it came to Gioma's role, Leon looked a bit uncomfortable. Gioma, you'll stay in the rear to deal with any unexpected situations. Gioma, hearing this, was amused. Perfect, sounds like a nice, relaxing job. Finally, for himself, Leon stated, I'll be in the center. leading the group. No reckless charges. Of course, depending on the situation, I'll join the fight as well. Rachel, eager and impatient, pressed. What about me? Leon looked at her with a calculating expression. Rachel, you will? Everyone was waiting to hear her roll. Back to the present, the battle begins. Amidst the chaos of battle with the fishmen, Leon called out, Rachel. She was ready. Without hesitation, she unleashed her attack. Rachel wielded her S-rank Fangtian Wahi, slashing powerfully and decisively toward the fishmen. Her attack sent them flying 10 meters through the air, crashing deep into the cave. A brilliant explosion erupted within the cavern. The fishmen froze, completely stunned, unable to react in time. Without hesitation, Rachel leapt into the air, preparing for another devastating combo. Even the fishmen themselves gaped in shock. Like a gust of wind, Rachel dived toward them, gripping her Fangtian Wahi tightly. She unleashed a flurry of slashes, cutting through the weak fishmen with ease. Heads rolled, bodies split in half. Before the battle, Rachel's mission. During the team meeting, Leon had entrusted Rachel with a crucial task. Destroy everything. Can you handle it? With her S-rank Fangtian Wahi in hand, Rachel had accepted without hesitation. Of course. Back to the battle. Spit Weapon raised his flute, preparing to play a melody to boost Daytrao. A blessing tune echoed through the battlefield. To human ears, it sounded normal, but to the fishmen, it was an unbearable screech. The sharp sound from Spit Weapon's flute sent them into a frenzy, their shrill screams filling the cave. From one side, Spit Weapon played his flute. From the other, Daytrao charged in, attacking wildly while mumbling numbers under her breath. 6, 9, 11. She was counting the fishmen she had slain. The number kept rising. The more Rachel heard the flute's tune, the more energized she became. She unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks with her great sand wheel technique. Glancing at Spit Weapon, she grinned. Thanks for the buff. 26 down. Gioma was slightly surprised. Rachel was doing far better than expected. Chloe, watching Rachel's relentless assault, felt a twinge of jealousy. She drew her sword, and a blazing red aura flared around her. Activating her feline blessing, she swung her blade down fiercely. With one powerful strike, she wiped out another group of fishmen. She quickly counted, 8 down. Then, 2 large fishmen lunged at her. Without hesitation, she slashed twice more, taking both down instantly. Her kill count rose to 10. Meanwhile, Rachel had already slain 45. Her energy was running low, but both she and Chloe continued to charge forward. Leon and Gioma stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. Were they still teammates, or had this turned into a rivalry over who could kill more fishmen? This is insane. If they keep going like this, they're going to collide with each other. They were imagining the most chaotic scenario. Could it be that the two girls would fight each other to the point of injury just to prove themselves? Chloe and Rachel both glanced in the direction where Leon and Gioma were standing. A massive merfolk suddenly appeared between them. Yet the two girls remained focused on each other. The distance between them had narrowed to just a sliver. The moment they halted, their swords swung up. A second later, the merfolk behind them was slashed into 10 pieces. Vegel seemed impressed and praised Chloe. Oh, kid, you've gotten quicker. Chloe replied in a low voice. Competing for the kill? That was my doing. Neither of them even looked at each other as they turned away in opposite directions. Rachel scoffed coldly, finding the situation amusing, while Chloe insulted her, calling her a blondie. Gioma, merely watching, was sweating nervously. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He glanced over at Leon, who had just finished off another one. Leon turned to Gioma and asked, "Were you that worried?" Gioma, slightly embarrassed, responded, "Not really. Don't overthink it." Leon reminded him, "Look at this pile of dead fish. We've taken down 60 of them already. As teammates, we had to trust each other." Leon sheathed his sword. "All right, we're done. Let's go." Gioma gave a small nod, murmuring, "Okay." Silently, Gioma evaluated Leon, determined, with natural leadership qualities, a solid pillar for the group. There's no way he was faking it. The people of this world, they must be real. A faint trace of disappointment flickered across Gioma's face. So, in the end, that was just a simple question about his hometown? But at least now, he had his answer and wouldn't have to dwell on it any longer. Finally, peace. Just as Leon turned to leave, a sudden force struck him directly in the abdomen. tearing through his clothes and causing blood to splatter. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. Gioma froze in shock. When he turned around, he saw the figure of a girl. Everyone was now gravely worried about Leon, who had collapsed onto the ground from the impact. The attacker was none other than the demon siren. The very thing they had feared since coming here had now become reality. Rachel panicked, stammering, "That, why is there a siren here?" Spit Weapon, equally alarmed, added, "Didn't we scout the area beforehand? Am I dreaming?" Gioma, growing anxious, thought to himself, "Damn it, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But now, fight or run." If they tried to flee while carrying an injured Leon, the entire group would be wiped out. Rachel quickly instructed Spit Weapon, "Contact the teachers. Report that there's a siren, more merfolk are coming." Spit Weapon, flustered, responded, "I can't. No signal, there's no connection." Unlike the others, who were lost in fear, Gioma remained calm, losing contact with the outside. Panic is natural. Looks like I'm the only one thinking straight. With Leon down, Gioma took charge. "Rachel, stop those fish at all costs." Still shaken, Rachel hurriedly nodded. "Oh, okay." Gioma then turned to Spit Weapon. "Use all the healing herbs on Leon." Hearing her name, Chloe flinched and stammered, "Why yes?" Gioma firmly gripped Chloe's shoulders. "Get out of here. Find any nearby students and lead them to safety. Then call for the teachers." Chloe, worried, asked, "But what about you? Taking Leon and everyone at the same time is too risky." Gioma explained, "Go now, before the merfolk swarm us." Fearful but unable to refuse, Chloe hesitated before obeying. She swiftly leapt out of the cave. Rachel turned back to Gioma. "Now what? Do you have a plan? What are you doing?" Spit Weapon, still in shock, shouted, "Hey, you, are you crazy? Where are you going?" Gioma turned his back to them. "Rachel, Weapon, leave the small fry to me." Spit Weapon and Rachel, horrified, yelled after him, "What the hell are you planning, idiot?" Gioma closed his eyes, sensing the divine power within his sword. "I've never been fond of dealing with small fish. They're hardly a challenge." He glanced at Rachel and Spit Weapon. "This is my specialty. Now for the big fish." With that, he unsheathed his sword, preparing to cut down every single one of them. Kong Gioma pondered. Demonic magic. It bore similarities to human magic. Yet, the protagonist had been defeated with just a single, ordinary attack enhanced by magic. Watching the siren strike down someone in front of him, Gioma was certain this was the stark difference in power between humans and demons. He stepped forward. Even with the divine blessing of his sword, victory was uncertain. In the game, you couldn't defeat a magic-wielding demon without forming a party. And now, Kong Gioma was facing the siren alone. A boss designed for group combat, and I had to handle it solo. A terrible situation, though cursing wouldn't help. His eyes sharpened. No turning back now. The siren smirked in satisfaction. If he wanted Chloe to return in time, there was only one option. Gioma had to slay this creature within 40 seconds. He tightened his grip on his sword, feeling the unease settle. Demonic power functioned similarly to human power, increasing the authority in one's words and actions. Time to adjust. His divine blessing activated. Kong Gioma smirked. "Been a while since I've had a proper sashimi battle." Meanwhile, Rachel was locked in combat. The merfolk were relentless. She swung her weapon, blocking the open jaws of a merfolk. HMPH. With a single push, she sent 3 massive merfolk flying backward. Power surged through her hands. "Disappear," Rachel roared, striking down another opponent. Panting, she wiped the sweat from her face. Spit Weapon, watching her struggle, hesitated. "I want to dispel the debuffs on her. But," Leon grimaced in pain beside him. "For now, I have to focus on healing him." Weapon placed his hands over Leon's wounds. They were deep, but thankfully, he was slowly recovering. Still, he couldn't shake his growing concern. "I know Gioma is strong. I've seen him fight in the spatial battle." But when Weapon looked at the siren, an entity of boundless power, facing off against Kong Gioma alone. "That guy's insane." A cold chill ran down Weapon's spine. "Should I stop him?" Just as he opened his mouth to call out, the siren raised a hand, smiling. Then, in an instant, she launched an attack. Kong Gioma swiftly dodged, soaring through the air to evade. His mind raced. This siren primarily uses long-range water magic. Kong Gioma locked eyes with the siren. Magic or not, that creature is still made of flesh and blood. He launched himself into the air, blade flashing as he charged forward with unwavering intensity. His strike landed, but the siren's body vanished. A trick. Before he could react, the siren reappeared, now targeting Weapon. Weapon froze. With a wicked smile, the siren lunged at him, her gaping maw opening wide. Just in time, Kong Geoma's blade slashed across her body, forcing her back. He landed, staring at the siren, then glanced at his attack. Damn it, the cut was too shallow. Without hesitation, he leapt again, delivering another powerful slash. The force of his attack sent ripples across the water, spraying mist into the air. Back on the ground, Geoma assessed the situation. Sirens are unpredictable. Their movements are impossible to read. Then it clicked. She's targeting the wounded. He had to finish this, fast. Geoma's eyes flickered toward Weapon, then down at Leon. You alright? He asked. Weapon, still dazed, stammered. Why yeah, I'm fine. Geoma took off again. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Hero. Weapon watched, dumbfounded. Hero. The word echoed in his mind. It had been a while since he last admired someone, since he thought, that's cool. Righteousness, courage, sacrifice, turning despair into hope. That was what a hero should be. Yet, even after enrolling in the world's top hero academy, Weapon had never truly seen someone with those qualities. In this class of monsters? Impossible. At that moment, Kong Geoma had a fleeting thought. Is he about to confess something? If he finds her, Weapon's gaze shifted to Rachel. That's why I asked her to let me join this group. Then, his eyes landed on Leon. Leon. He's the hero I've always dreamed of. Kong Geoma silently agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. Weapon chuckled, but then frowned. Sorry, but you don't seem like a hero to me. He muttered. You're strong, sure, but that's not what being a hero is about. Kong Geoma scoffed. Oh please, as if heroism is something you can just hand out as a gift. Weapon was taken aback. This guy. The siren roared, unleashing a barrage of terrifying, relentless attacks. Each strike was fiercer than the last, as if she had no intention of stopping. Kong Geoma skillfully dodged each attack. Too slow. He quickly realized, she's luring me in. The siren let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Diagonal lines of light flashed across the battlefield, the marks left by Kong Geoma's blade as he dashed through the air. But the siren's attacks were relentless, aimed directly at him with exhilarating precision. She was enjoying this battle. Her laughter rang through the air as she unleashed another devastating strike. Weapon, Rachel shouted. Weapon, focused on healing, looked up, only to see the siren's massive hand reaching toward him. She's been targeting me this whole time? Panic surged through Weapon. Just as the siren's attack was about to land, Kong Geoma intervened. His blade sliced cleanly through, severing the siren's wrist before it could crush Weapon. But once again, the cut was too shallow. Damn it, Geoma cursed internally. What, am I collecting hands now? His frustration built as he focused on the siren. Her severed arm did little to slow her down. She was still a raging beast. But then, something shifted. An overwhelming force surged through the battlefield, launching the siren backward, flinging her off the island. She twisted and writhed midair, her own attacks seemingly turning against her. From beyond the island, a voice called out, Huh? Look over there. Instructor Kim turned his head. Something felt off. That sound, it was similar to an explosion. Then, a flash of light. And finally, the rain began to pour. Kim frowned. Anyone injured? Pack up your gear and get moving. It's raining, we need to relocate. One of the students nodded. Yes, instructor. With a small smile, Kim turned back toward the academy. Back on the battlefield, rain poured onto the island, drenching Weapon as he continued healing Leon. Then, the unexpected happened. The merfolk, so fierce just moments ago, suddenly panicked. They were retreating. Vito watched them flee in confusion. What's going on? Meanwhile, Kong Geoma was deep in thought. Damn it, 30 seconds in, and I still haven't dealt a fatal blow. Is it because I keep worrying about Leon? The siren, buried beneath the collapsed cave, wasn't dead. No way it's that easy. As if on cue, the rubble exploded. Kong Geoma smirked. Knew it. The siren lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, Kong Geoma shrugged off his soaked outer coat, preparing for the next round. Kong Geoma waved his hand. The small friar almost taken care of. He called out, Rachel, take care of Weapon and Leon. Rachel nodded. Got it. Weapon could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Kong Geoma, he's actually facing a demon alone. Just moments ago, Weapon thought he was insane. Am I witnessing a historic moment? There wasn't even a trace of fear in Kong Geoma's expression, only pure confidence. Now, for the first time, he could fight without distractions. 10 seconds of extra time, starting now. The siren was enraged. Her veins bulged across her face as she charged at him in fury. Kong Geoma smirked. Come at me. He closed his eyes for a brief moment. Then, they snapped open, his hands gripping two blades. I'll cut you down. Meanwhile, Chloe ran with everything she had. Faster, faster. Through the dense forest, she pushed forward, screaming at herself. Don't stop. She forced every ounce of strength into her legs. Her body screamed in protest. Her legs felt like they were about to break. But she had to keep running. I'm only running to call for help. And it already hurts this much. Then what about Geoma? Chloe clenched her teeth as an image of his back flashed through her mind. I had to get the teachers. She had seen stronger fighters before. But none of them were like Kong Geoma. He's stronger than anyone I've ever met. And yet, he always avoided battle. He only drew his sword when there was no other choice. Chloe's eyes hardened with determination. I trust his judgment. That's why she left, just as he instructed. If only I were stronger. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind her. Chloe turned back toward the cave. Her heart pounded. Geoma, she bit her lip. Please, survive. In her desperation, she tripped on a stray vine. Her body lurched forward, but at the last second, she caught herself. No, I can't stop. I can't fall. I have to keep running. The rain poured down, drenching her completely. Tears mixed with raindrops as she sprinted forward. I have to find help. I have to save him. She screamed into the storm. Anyone, please. Her voice cracked. Is there anyone out there? Then, she froze. Up ahead, figures. Chloe squinted through the rain. There's movement, but her senses were scrambled. Are they humans? Are they merfolk? Her stomach twisted. Then realization struck her. Merfolk. Damn it. Why now? Chloe rushed forward to attack, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a savior. At that moment, Abel glanced back at Chloe. Something flew past Abel's head. A voice muttered, "That was close." Sorry. Abel stood stunned, staring at Chloe lying on the ground. His teammate asked, "What just happened?" Another teammate, a girl, chimed in. A sneak attack? Why did he suddenly charge in like that? Everyone turned to look at Chloe, who was sprawled on the ground. Is he crazy? Try calling him, someone suggested. We can't just ignore this. Abel said. Wait, hold on, that face looks familiar. Chloe, gasping for breath on the ground, whispered, "Help, help me." Hesitantly, Abel called out, "Geoma," under the falling rain. The group stood around, staring at Chloe. Meanwhile, Weapon's eyes widened in shock. Unable to blink. Is there any sight more shocking than this in my lifetime? Today, I no longer exist as I once did. Weapon imagined a fish lying on a chopping board, and a chef standing over it, knife in hand, preparing to slice. A masterful chef, skillfully handling a live fish on the board. But the opponent was a demon. Not only an equal match but one who completely. Weapon focused on Kong Geoma, who was facing off against the mermaid. A total domination. Weapon carefully observed the scene. I will never forget this moment. Watching Kong Geoma attack with overwhelming force. Weapon assessed. It's not just about moving fast. Like in a battle where space itself shifts. With precise technique and unbelievable speed, he dodged the demon's attacks and closed the distance. With each slash from Kong Geoma's blade, Weapon analyzed every move. At first glance, they seemed like simple cuts. But in the next moment, the mermaid had been slashed into countless pieces. The result was clear and undeniable. Even the heir of the Holy Spear family, Weapon and Daeryl, were frozen in shock. Rachel's eyes were filled with horror as she stared at Kong Geoma. She had never heard or seen anything like this before. If this keeps up, he will really kill the mermaid. Weapon turned to Daeryl as Rachel suddenly shouted, "Weapon!" Weapon was stunned as Rachel shielded him, saving his life. Rachel scolded angrily, "Don't get distracted. Do you want to die? Weapon, are you still not back to your senses?" A long slash marked the ground. Weapon thought to himself, I almost forgot. This surreal scene is different. After all, the opponent is a demon who uses magic. Rachel stood up, but Weapon was still deep in thought. A kitchen knife against magic, it's a complete disadvantage. Even while dominating, if an unavoidable spell were to strike. Kong Geoma's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination and ferocity. The mermaid, baring her sharp teeth, grinned wickedly. Then, she unleashed a terrifying hailstorm. Under the rain, a demon clashed against a human. Blinding flashes of power erupted, overwhelming and monstrous. The mermaid attacked with relentless fury. Each strike carried a devastating force, aiming to annihilate Kong Geoma. The attacks appeared right behind him. In an instant, Kong Geoma dodged, but his knife, struck by magic, had dulled. He glanced at his weapon and swiftly counterattacked. A slash. The mermaid's body was severed. Her eyes bulged, veins pulsing. Still, Kong Geoma held the advantage. Raising his sword, the mermaid screamed. A blinding light burst forth. Kong Geoma's eyes flickered with shock. The mermaid smirked menacingly and lunged at him. She bared her razor-sharp teeth, raising an arm and clenching her fist tightly. Then she let out a deafening roar. An uncontrollable surge of power erupted from within. Deep inside her throat, something massive was forming, churning violently. Then, she spewed it out. A catastrophic force. Weapon and Daerl panicked and dodged away. Kong Geoma stood frozen. There was no way to evade it. One of his eyes darkened. He found himself standing on the pristine surface of the water. A strange sense of disarray filled him. Beneath his feet, the water remained crystal clear. He reached out, lifting a handful of water, his mind racing. Then, realization struck. A piercing beam of light shot straight through his body. He had no time to defend. His eyes widened in shock. A voice echoed, "Dodge." Kong Geoma parted his lips. But before he could respond, the slash was coming. His gaze turned cold. He stared at the knife before him, then reached out and grasped it. Moving the blade, he saw the undeniable truth. A streak of light had cut through both sides. Magic and power had dissipated, leaving only two figures suspended in midair. At that moment, Kong Geoma realized he had been cut. Raindrops trickled down the tip of his sword. Below, the ground was stained with a pool of crimson. The mermaid lay unconscious under the pouring rain. Kong Geoma's face darkened as he looked at the mermaid's lifeless body on the ground. His gaze was cold. The mermaid's body had been severed into pieces. Yet her head still let out a powerless laugh. Rachel and Weapon stood in a defensive stance, their eyes filled with horror. A streak of light flashed past, sending the scattered remains of the mermaid rolling away from Kong Geoma before falling off the cliff. Weapon's eyes widened as he stared at Kong Geoma in the rain. Meanwhile, Kong Geoma whispered to himself, "I won." He could hardly believe it. He had defeated the demon alone. And he was only a first-year student. Rachel and Weapon were equally shocked and concerned as they looked at him. A drop of fresh blood splattered onto the ground. Kong Geoma's knees buckled, and he collapsed, clutching his severely wounded abdomen. Blood oozed out, staining the ground beneath him. Rachel, filled with worry, rushed toward him. Weapon glanced at Leon, relieved that he was safe. But then his eyes froze. He had heard something. A thought flashed through Weapon's mind. Could the 7 merfolk they thought had fled be coming back? But instead, a group of people emerged from the cave. It was Cluis's team. Clui, unconscious, was carried by his teammate Abel. Abel's face was filled with shock, and his female teammate was even more bewildered. What the hell is this?" she stammered, staring at the severed body parts scattered on the ground. The entire group was horrified. That was a mermaid? They then noticed Kong Geoma, unconscious and leaning against the blood-stained body of a slain creature. Confusion filled their minds. Why was a mermaid here? And why had it been cut into pieces? Rachel struggled to support Kong Geoma's unconscious body. Abel, shaken, muttered to himself, "What kind of nightmare did they just go through?" Abel turned to look at Leon, who simply smirked and scratched his face. A wave of irritation surged through Abel. His teammates were on the verge of collapse. Yet their captain seemed more concerned about maintaining his image. Annoyed, Abel scoffed and then announced, "I've already contacted the academy. If everything goes well, the instructors will be here within an hour." Under the relentless downpour, Abel demanded, "What the hell happened here?" Weapon spoke up, his voice filled with anger. "Those damn instructors claimed they had already surveyed this island. So how did merfolk end up appearing?" Abel sighed and replied, "Fine, explain everything." Weapon narrowed his eyes. "Are you ordering me around now?" Abel sighed, feeling irritated. "Why are you like this? I'm just asking you for a favor. Okay?" Weapon let out a deep breath. "You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. Just say it, Abel insisted. I'm good at understanding things. The rain continued to pour as Weapon recounted the events. So basically, Abel summarized, a mermaid suddenly appeared, and the swordmaster took care of everything on his own? Weapon nodded. More or less. Abel couldn't help but reflect. A first-year student had single-handedly eliminated a demon that appeared out of nowhere. It reminded him of the stories he had been told as a child, tales that seemed more fantastical than fairy tales. But no matter how unbelievable it sounded, given the situation before him, it had to be true. He surveyed the scene once more, reaffirming in his mind that there was no reason for anyone to lie. His thoughts drifted further. This was an almost legendary feat. The descendant of Valo Hoakan, the founder of the academy, and the disciple of Arnie Belling, a glorious foundation that had made him exceptional from birth. Abel's expression turned serious. Bloodlines, were they really everything? Even so, he refused to be defined by his lineage alone. He had worked hard to carve out his own path and earn his position. Yet, despite all of that, the gap between him and Kong Geoma was undeniable. A mix of awe, fear, and unease settled in his heart. He looked up at the stormy sky. Maybe, I really am just an ordinary person. Shaking off his thoughts, Abel spoke. Let me use some healing magic. His female teammate agreed. All right. Meanwhile, Rachel was still supporting Kong Geoma's limp body. Abel cast his healing magic over him, though his mind was still occupied. Even though Kong Geoma looked half dead, battered and torn, he was the same age as Abel, yet he had defeated a demon alone. Abel exhaled deeply. Weapon then asked, earlier, you said you contacted the academy, right? Yeah, Abel replied absent-mindedly. Weapon suggested, I think we shouldn't tell the instructors too many details about this. Abel raised an eyebrow. Why not? Weapon explained, didn't they claim they had already surveyed this island? Abel considered it for a moment before nodding. Yeah, you're right. Weapon analyzed the situation carefully. Don't you find it strange? Abel remained silent as Weapon continued. No matter how vast Scupply Island is, this cave isn't exactly a hidden or hard-to-find location for students. And yet, a demon appeared here. It doesn't quite add up. He glanced at Chloe, who was still unconscious. This is just my speculation, he added. At that moment, Leon finally spoke. Weapon, are you suggesting that there might be a demon spy inside the academy? Both Weapon and Abel fell silent. Weapon averted his gaze slightly. I'm not saying that for sure, but we can't rule out the possibility. Abel pondered over the thought. This area wasn't difficult for students to find, and if Kong Geoma hadn't been here, Leon's entire team might have perished in this exam at the hands of the demon. But why? For the past 700 years, even though there had been conflicts, the demon race had never dared to attack Wa-Kin Academy students directly. There were even treaties in place that could lead to war if such an event occurred. Suddenly, a realization hit Abel, his eyes widening slightly. Could it be? Weapon placed a hand on Abel's shoulder. I know what you're thinking, but that's too far-fetched, he said. He then shared his thoughts. What I mean is, we should seriously consider the possibility of a spy within the academy. However, we can't jump to conclusions based on just this one incident. Leon chimed in. Then we need to coordinate our statements. If there really is a spy and they find out that Geoma single-handedly took down a demon, he might become a target. Weapon agreed. That's true, but we also can't stay completely silent. His gaze shifted to Chloe, still unconscious, then back to Leon. Considering how much you helped us, I think we need to be careful with our next steps. Rachel, who was still supporting Kong Geoma, looked confused. So, what do we do? Abel suddenly spoke up. Why don't we ask my grandfather for advice? Everyone was stunned. The Sword Emperor? Meanwhile, at the academy, the wind blew through the open windows, rustling the curtains. Sunlight streamed into the room as Kong Geoma slowly opened his eyes. Kong Geoma slowly raised his hand into the air, staring at it for a moment before letting out a small laugh. I'm still alive. Memories of the battle resurfaced in his mind. The final attack unleashed by the mermaid before her death, an unavoidable strike. Kong Geoma recalled the flash of light piercing through the air. He had seen it clearly. Dodged at the last moment. Yet it seemed that the blade had grazed him. The magic itself had shattered like a fragile bubble. That moment had left an impression on him. Leaning against the bedside, Kong Geoma pondered. What was that feeling? Ever since awakening the blessing of the sword god, he had experienced sensations that were difficult to describe. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Blessing of the Sword God. Anything struck will be severed. Physical level. 7 loosens the limit of the sword. Mental level. 34 actions and speech exude pressure. Weapon speed. Locked. Conditions not yet met. Synchronization rate. 6.782%. New threshold unlocked. Kong Jioma noticed that his mental level had increased by 4 points. That explains why I didn't feel fear when facing the demon. He thought, this effect is real. He pressed his fingers against the floating interface. And another notification appeared. Synchronization rate, 7.2%. New message from Anonymous. Reach 15% synchronization to unlock the next condition. Kong Jioma's thoughts raced. The strange markings in the mermaid's magic, had they been unlocked at that moment? As he was deep in thought, he failed to notice someone approaching the room. Suddenly, Media burst in and threw her arms around him. Kong Jioma, she exclaimed, holding him tightly. You have no idea how worried we were. Damn those useless instructors. I swear I'll deal with them myself. Kong Jioma struggled to speak. Thank goodness. The headmaster, wait a moment. Media rummaged through her pockets. Sorry, I got too excited. Ah, right, I had something for you. Where is it? She checked her bag frantically. Kong Jioma glanced at it. A spatial storage bag? Media's eyes lit up. Found it. She held out an object. The midterm reward, the legendary sword Muramasha. Kong Jioma's eyes widened in shock. The number 50.632 kept flashing before him. A screen displaying the sword's stats appeared. Its power was overwhelming. Media watched as Kong Jioma sat on the hospital bed, staring at the weapon in his hands, his eyes gleaming with awe. I hope you like it, she said with a smile. It should have been given to you in an official ceremony. But, well, under these circumstances, I guess this will have to do. Sorry about that. Just then, someone peeked through the hospital room door. Media immediately called them out. Hey, old man, stop lurking and just come in already. A deep voice grumbled in response. I've told you a million times, stop calling me that. Media rolled her eyes. Seriously? A 70-year-old acting like a shy teenage girl? Kong Jioma found the interaction strange but soon turned his attention to the elderly man stepping into the room. Your Majesty, the Sword Emperor, he greeted respectfully. Why are you here? Before the old man could respond, Media spoke up. I already heard everything from your team. Jioma, on behalf of Wakin Academy. Both she and the Sword Emperor bowed deeply. We apologize. Media continued. What happened during the midterm exam was entirely the Academy's fault. Because of that, you and your team were put in grave danger. Kong Jioma was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture. Media pressed on. I Media pose on. As the headmaster of Wakin Academy. Swear on my honor that I will uncover the truth behind the demon's appearance. 6 Fight. The Sword Emperor added. You saved those students. Jioma. Kong Jioma scratched his face. Feeling a little awkward. I just did what I could. Media's eyes shone with pride. Your actions were truly admirable, she said, but for now, this incident needs to remain a secret until we've completed our investigation. She let out a small laugh. It's a bit ironic for a headmaster to be saying something like that. But, this seems to be an internal matter within the academy. Her voice softened. I truly regret not looking out for you more. Jioma. Kong Jioma smiled. It's fine. It's really not a big deal. Media let out a relieved sigh. Alright, thank you. For everything. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow in the room. The atmosphere felt lighter. Laughter filled the air, a rare moment of happiness and understanding. After a few more words, 6 Fight and Media bid Kong Jioma farewell and walked down the hallway. Their footsteps fading into the distance. Media walked ahead while 6 Fight followed behind. Suddenly, Media stopped in her tracks. She gazed out of the large window and asked, Do you still remember? 6 Fight didn't respond, only giving her a questioning look. Media continued. The first day we entered the academy. You were lying on a bench. I told you to move. And you immediately drew your sword, telling me not to give you orders. That's how it was, wasn't it? You stubborn fool. 6 Fight turned his gaze toward the academy grounds outside the window and flatly replied. I don't remember. Media shot him a look. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You know. But rather than arguing, she let out a small sigh. Lost in nostalgia. 60 years. Time flies so fast, she mused. And yet, That's not even 1/10 of Joaquin Academy's history. Funny, isn't it? When we first enrolled, the academy had already existed for centuries. Its legacy is ancient. Six Fight said nothing, simply listening as media spoke. Many events, big and small, have happened over the years. She continued, but the academy has protected and nurtured its students for 700 years. Her expression darkened, a powerful aura surged from her body. Then, crack, the glass window shattered. Shards of glass flew in every direction. But media instinctively created a barrier, protecting both herself and Six Fight from harm. Her face was filled with frustration and anger. She recalled something. Before the midterm exam, the instructors had repeatedly reported that they had completed multiple field surveys. Scupuli Island was a known area where mermaids could appear, so we took extra precautions. And yet, she clenched her fists. Six Fight remained silent, simply observing. He reached out and placed a hand on Media's shoulder, as if to comfort her. Media took a deep breath, regaining her usual composure. Sorry, I got a little worked up. Six Fight's expression grew serious for a brief moment. Media, he called her name in his mind. But before the conversation could turn heavy again, Media suddenly changed her tone, her voice bright and cheerful. Hey, but wasn't Gioma amazing? He single-handedly defeated that mermaid. Six Fight sighed, exasperated. This old woman. But Media's eyes sparkled with happiness and pride. See, what do you think? Six Fight looked at her, puzzled by the sudden shift in mood. Six Fight, deep down, acknowledged the boy's innate talent. I have witnessed countless so-called prodigies, hailed as once-in-a-generation talents, only to fade away like shooting stars. Many heroic families, desperate for fame, hastily bestow that overused title on their children the moment they show a hint of brilliance. Even for my own granddaughter, Abel, I forbid the use of the word genius. With a serious gaze fixed on Media, Six Fight affirmed his thoughts. If there was a true prodigy, it was this boy. Given more experience, who knew how far he could go? As he pondered, an image of Kong Gioma formed in his mind. Could Kong Gioma ever reach the pinnacle I have long dreamed of? As he walked past Media, Six Fight left behind a simple statement. I will be staying at the academy for a while. Media merely smiled without responding. As the evening sun cast its glow over the academy, Media instructed, all right then, help me clean up this place. Six Fight flatly refused. No. Media, irritated, thought, what's with this old man? Six Fight answered simply, I don't feel like it. In the classroom, Kong Gioma sat at his desk, deep in thought. So, as the headmaster said, my fight against the demon on Scupuli Island has been kept a secret. Though slightly smug, he couldn't deny the satisfaction of knowing that because he had stopped the mermaid, everyone could now laugh and enjoy themselves. His mind wandered to the blacksmith he had met after leaving the hospital. The first thing I did was visit the academy's forge to refine and enhance Muromasha. At that time, he had greeted the blacksmith. Ah, you've arrived, the blacksmith had said. In truth, despite the sword being a gift from the sword god, it was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal in its current state. Making enhancement essential, Kong Gioma handed Muromasha over. The blacksmith nodded, saying, understood, since it's the academy's 700th anniversary. I'll do it for free. Pick it up in a week. The spirit of Kallen's blacksmithing tradition burned brightly in the man's eyes. How lucky. Hopefully, the enhancement will be a success. Kong Gioma had smiled and replied, got it. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice calling his name. Gioma. He turned to see Cluey, leaning on crutches, greeting him. You're out of the hospital? Feeling better? Kong Gioma was surprised. Cluey, what are you doing here? One of Cluey's legs was bandaged. With a light-hearted smile, he said, well, somehow I ended up like this. But thanks to quick first aid and treatment, the doctors say I'll be able to walk without crutches in about a week. Still, I'm a member of the auditor group. After all, Cluey laughed happily, and Kong Gioma felt a warm sense of relief. I'm glad to see you recovering. Then, a thought crossed Kong Gioma's mind. Right. It wasn't just his own efforts. Yes, he had defeated the demon, the mermaid, but it was only possible because of everyone's cooperation. He asked, has anything else happened? Cluey replied, I heard that the headmaster and the elder council are at odds with each other. Kong Gioma recalled vivid images, Cluey dashing forward, sword in hand, seeking reinforcements. Rachel, fearlessly fighting alone against a horde of enemies. Spit weapon. Playing the flute to heal wounds. His corn-based recovery spell at work. Then, a big question mark formed in Kong Geoma's mind. Leon's image surfaced. What was Leon doing? Just giving commands? Resting his chin on his hand, Kong Geoma pondered. Could he have defeated the Demon King just by letting? Or was he ambushed first? Just then, the classroom door swung open. A figure entered and called out. Silence. It was World Ben. Everyone, take your seats. Before beginning the training session, he announced, I have something to share. This may come as a surprise, but in the coming days, our class will have someone joining me as an instructor. Allow me to introduce. The students, initially curious, were left speechless as Six Fight entered the room. All eyes widened in shock. Mouths hung open. Six Fight walked in with commanding authority, exuding the presence of a seasoned and powerful warrior. Gunbin bowed respectfully toward Six Fight, who now stood at the lectern, while the students whispered among themselves. The Sword Emperor. Is this real? He looks so cool. Six Fight's serious gaze swept over the students. Kong Geoma, still stunned, thought to himself, what is he doing here? Elsewhere, in a dark, shadowy place, an old man was slammed against a wall. Blood dripped from his mouth as he trembled, his voice shaking. Sorry. Please, forgive me. Another blow landed, a slap across his face. The man quivered even more violently. Sorry. Lady Kim. Instructor Kim let out a sigh. Across from her, an elder known as Lady shuddered in fear. Kim's eyes glowed ominously as her hand radiated an icy, overpowering energy. The commander of the 5th Legion was furious.